Part 1. Archosaur, Ancestors. Long before the age of dinosaurs dawned, the world's survivors of the Permian, Triassic extinction laid the groundwork for a new reign. Among them, the Archosauriforms, crocodile-line reptiles, emerged in swampy river deltas and scorched floodplains. Fossils of Pterosaurus reveal a long, narrow snout filled with slender, recurved teeth, ideal for snapping fish and amphibians from murky shallows. Yet its sprawling gait recalls its reptilian roots, with limbs splayed to the side and an underbelly brushing the sediment. This blend of primitive and pioneering traits foreshadows the innovations that would later define true archosaurs and eventually the first dinosaurs. In the upheaval of the early Triassic, niches sat vacant as the Earth recovered from its greatest mass extinction. Into these vacancies stepped giants like Herrerasaurus, reaching lengths of 5 meters and sporting a skull nearly a meter tall. Powerfully muscled neck vertebrae supported a deep head capable of bone-crushing bites, yet its limb posture remained in transition, halfway between sprawling and erect. This anatomical mosaic highlights a critical phase in Archosaur evolution, where jaw strength and skull reinforcement advanced ahead of fully upright locomotion. The fossil record preserves crushed skull fragments and isolated vertebrae, tantalizing hints of a predator that both embraced and resisted change. Amid these titans scurried smaller archosaurs like Euparkeria, whose slender form and erect hind limbs suggest brief bipedal bursts of speed. Weighing less than a modern dog, Euparkeria possessed an elongate counterbalanced tail and ankle joints permitting semi-erect gait, traits that would later hallmark dinosaur locomotion. Without direct trackway evidence, paleontologists infer movement patterns from muscle attachment scars on the pelvis and femur, recreating virtual models to test running efficiency. Debates swirl over whether Euparkeria truly ran like a proto-dinosaur or merely trotted with occasional limb lift, each new bone cast adding nuance to our view of this transitional form. Meanwhile, South America's Triassic deserts yielded the diminutive Marasuchus and Legacies, whose gracile builds and elongated tibiae evoke the earliest theropods. Reduced forelimbs and enhanced pelvic openings hint at a lineage on the cusp of dinosauria, yet their placement remains controversial. Minor differences in the orientation of the pubis or the articulation of the metatarsals can swing their classification from dinosaur cousins to true dinosaurs. Each discovery, often a single femur or hip fragment, triggers fresh analyses, underscoring how delicate the boundary is between Archosaur and dinosauriform. Trace fossils offer complementary insights into Archosaur behavior. Polished sandstone in Poland and the American Southwest preserves narrow-gauge trackways with minimal tail drag, suggesting an upright posture and efficient stride in some archosaurs. The depth and spacing of these footprints, combined with sediment grain size, allow reconstructions of speed and body mass, transforming static rock into dynamic snapshots of stride length and gait. Yet uncertainties linger. Were these trackmakers migrating along ancient river corridors, herding in packs, or fleeing a sudden flood? Ichnological puzzles persist where skeletal remains are absent. Molecular paleontology, though still emerging for deep-time research, has teased out collagen peptides from exceptionally preserved archosauriform fossils. These protein fragments show remarkable sequence parallels to modern birds and crocodilians, hinting at a shared biochemical toolkit that predates the dinosaur lineage. While ancient DNA evaporates within mere millions of years, collagen's longevity under certain conditions, especially rapid burial and stable temperatures, offers a tantalizing bridge to physiology. Such molecular whispers, though faint, may one day illuminate growth rates, metabolic strategies, and even soft tissue structures of these distant ancestors. Environmental context proves equally vital. The Triassic world faced shifting continents and extreme climates, monsoon-like rains alternating with drought, volcanic ash covering landscapes, and seasonal temperature swings of over 20 degrees Celsius. Archosauriforms diversified in response, evolving riverbank ambushes, open plain sprinters, and insectivorous skulkers. Sedimentary cycles in the Karoo Basin of South Africa reveal pulses of diversification, followed by abrupt extinctions, echoes of environmental stress that both challenged and propelled Archosaur innovation. Despite decades of excavation, Archosaur origins remain shrouded in mystery. Each new field season, unearthing a lone vertebra in Argentina or a partial skull in Gondwana's red beds, adds detail while unearthing fresh questions about the sequence of anatomical changes leading to dinosaurs. Advances in CT scanning, 3D modeling, and isotopic analysis refine our reconstructions. Yet the core enigma endures. How did Archosaur ancestors orchestrate the shift from sprawling reptile to the erect, bipedal posture that became the hallmark of the Mesozoic rulers? Tomorrow's discoveries promise new chapters, but the opening lines remain tantalizingly fragmentary. In the grand tapestry of life's history, Archosaur ancestors stand as both architects and enigmas. Their bones, tracks, and molecular residues offer glimpses of a dynamic evolutionary crucible where jaw mechanics, limb posture, and respiratory innovations collided. As the first chapter of the dinosaur saga, the story of Archosauriforms beckons researchers deeper into Triassic strata, where each fossil find has the power to redraw the map of early Archosaur evolution and illuminate the dawn of a lineage that would dominate for the next 165 million years. Part 2. Triassic Dawn. The ashes of the Permian-Triassic catastrophe still smoldered when Earth's ecosystems began a tentative rebound, and it was into this fractured world that dinosaurs first ventured. Triassic landscapes stretched across the supercontinent Pangaea, where equatorial heat baked vast deserts by day and monsoon storms roared by night. Yet along riverbanks and in seasonal wetlands, an evolutionary revolution quietly unfolded. Small reptilian forms that had survived the extinction, Archosauriforms and their kin, diversified into new body plans, setting the stage for the earliest dinosaurs. These pioneers were neither the towering giants of later eras nor the armored behemoths that would follow. They were lean, curious, and primed to exploit every ecological opportunity in a world scrambling to regenerate. Among the premier members of this initial wave was Oviraptor, a creature scarcely a meter long but foundational to dinosaur origins. Its delicate skull blended sharp, slicing teeth at the front, with broader, leaf-shaped cheek teeth behind, indicating an omnivorous diet that could shift between small prey and tender fern fronds. The slender limbs and lightweight skeleton, complete with hollow shaft walls, speak to an aptitude for speed and maneuverability, essential traits in environments where both predator and prey lurked among tangled club mosses and early cycads. Oviraptor's fossils, nestled within Argentine mudstones, reveal rapid juvenile growth, followed by seasonal slowdowns, etched in its bone histology like rings on a tree, suggesting finely tuned responses to Triassic seasonality. In the same beds roamed Herrerasaurus, a predatory powerhouse exceeding 4 meters in length, its skull armed with dagger-like serrated teeth, and its forelimbs tipped by recurved claws. Capable of swift ambush strikes, Herrerasaurus combined a semi-erect posture with muscular hindquarters, hinting at the evolutionary shift toward the fully upright gait that would define later theropods. Debate swirls over whether these creatures hunted in packs or solo, fueled by bone beds containing multiple individuals. Yet whether territorial loners or cooperative hunters, their presence underlines the rapid specialization of theropods at Triassic dawn, carving ecological niches once occupied by now extinct synapsid predators. Parallel to these carnivores, early sauropodomorphs, like Plateosaurus, began to bulk up in response to growing plant diversity. With long necks, small heads and thumb claws suited for stripping leaves, these herbivores could reach higher into conifer canopies and exploit understory vegetation. Their semi-bipedal posture, capable of both bipedal browsing and quadrupedal stability, reveals an adaptive versatility. Bone beds containing dozens of Plateosaurus individuals raise further questions. Did they herd seasonally for breeding or follow floodplain green-up? The cyclic nature of their growth rings, widening in lush summers and narrowing in leaner winters, underscores a life history intimately tied to Triassic plant phenology. North America's Triassic deposits introduce Calophysis, a lithe theropod whose slender build and extensive pneumaticity in the skeleton hint at advanced respiratory systems. Found in mass mortality assemblages along New Mexico's Chinle Formation, thousands of individuals perished together, perhaps victims of flash floods or noxious volcanic gases. Whether these sites record pack behavior or mere chance congregation remains fiercely debated. Nonetheless, Calophysis's global distribution and morphological refinements foreshadow the explosive diversification of theropods in subsequent Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Meanwhile, the earliest ornithischians such as Lesothosaurus and Heterodontosaurus began experimenting with herbivory on a smaller scale. Sporting beak-like jaws and simple triangular teeth, these diminutive dinosaurs nibbled ferns, horsetails, and early flowering plants, perhaps gaining an edge by feeding on low-lying vegetation left untouched by their larger sauropodomorph cousins. Trace fossils of tiny footprints and feeding gouges on fossilized plant stems hint at their presence in coastal and inland floodplain settings, suggesting these early herbivores were both widespread and adaptable in their feeding strategies. Ecological dynamics during the Triassic dawn were governed by intense competition among emerging dinosaur clades and lingering archosaurs. Niche partitioning, theropods pursuing vertebrate prey, sauropodomorphs browsing at different heights, ornithischians cropping delicate shoots, allowed multiple dinosauriform groups to coexist. Yet these communities were not static. Climatic oscillations, volcanic winters, and shifting river courses repeatedly reshaped habitat mosaics, driving rapid turnover and repeated evolutionary experiments. The survivors of each environmental upheaval forged new anatomical innovations, from expanded nasal passages to modified limb joints, each adaptation a response to the shifting demands of a young and volatile world. Beyond body fossils, the Triassic dawn is recorded in expansive trackways etched into mudflats and sandbars. Thousands of footprints, preserved in sequential layers, capture the passage of mixed species groups migrating toward seasonal food sources or water. In some sites, small theropod tracks flank larger sauropodomorph imprints, implying coordinated or at least overlapping movement patterns. Such ichnofossils allow reconstruction of stride lengths, walking speeds, and even herd dynamics, a momentary cinematic frame of dinosaurs on the move, forever frozen in stone. As the Triassic era waned, the stage was set for the next evolutionary act, the Jurassic world, where dinosaurs would rise to unequivocal dominance. Yet it was this dawn, marked by Eoraptor's first steps, Herrerasaurus's lethal leaps, and Plateosaurus's towering presence that established the fundamental body plans and ecological roles that dinosaurs would expand upon for the next 165 million years. The mysteries of their origin remain a vibrant frontier, each new fossil discovery adding depth to the drama of Triassic dawn, where the protagonists of the Mesozoic first strode into the light. Part 3. First True Dinosaurs. In the shifting landscapes of the late Triassic, the first true dinosaurs emerged from their dinosauriform predecessors, staking out ecological niches across Pangaea with an evolutionary fervor unmatched by any contemporaries. Among the earliest confirmed dinosaurs stands Herrerasaurus, a predatory cornerstone from Argentina's Ishquigualaster beds. Its lineage bridging the gap between primitive archosaurs and the later theropods. Possessing a lean, muscular build, Herrerasaurus combined powerful hind limbs with a flexible spine, enabling both swift pursuit and sudden lunges. Yet its position in the dinosaur family tree remains disputed. Its mosaic of traits, primitive ankle joints and advanced jaw mechanics, continuing to challenge paleontological definitions of true dinosaur. Contemporaneous with Herrerasaurus, the diminutive Eoraptor exemplifies early diversity in body plan and diet. With a lightweight skull and mixed dentition, sharp front teeth for slicing flesh and broader posterior teeth for crushing plant matter, Eoraptor likely exploited a generalist strategy. This adaptability may have provided a competitive edge in the fluctuating Triassic ecosystem, where resource availability shifted rapidly between arid seasons and torrential rains. Microscopic analysis of Eoraptor bone growth rings reveals rapid juvenile development, followed by pronounced annual slowdowns, suggesting an early form of seasonal metabolic regulation that would echo in later dinosaur lineages. North America's early dinosaur record is dominated by Coelophysis, whose remarkable abundance in the Ghost Ranch bone beds provides an unparalleled view of early dinosaur behavior. Over 1,000 individuals, ranging from tiny hatchlings to adults, lie tangled together in what appears to be a catastrophic flood deposit. The social implications are profound. Were these dinosaurs gregarious, traveling in packs for hunting or protection, or did they simply congregate along diminishing water sources during droughts? Analysis of isotopic signatures in their bones hints at shared migratory patterns. Interplay between social structure and environmental stress remains a fertile area of research. In Europe, the Cadontosaurus and Plateosaurus represent parallel forays into herbivory among early sauropodomorphs. These animals grew rapidly, developing long necks and small heads to browse cycads, ferns, and early conifers. Their bones tell of seasonal growth spurts, wider fibrolamellar zones in summer, thinner rest lines in winter, highlighting a life history inextricably tied to Triassic climate rhythms. Yet paradoxes abound. Some Plateosaurus specimens achieve giant sizes only in nutrient-rich floodplains, while others remain stunted in harsher upland valleys, suggesting that early dinosaurs were already experimenting with growth plasticity in response to local environments. In southern Africa, the slender predator Dracovenator prowled alongside early sauropodomorphs, its blade-like teeth and narrow snout well suited to hunting agile prey. Like Coelophysis, it possessed a highly pneumatic skeleton, indicating advanced respiratory efficiency. Such anatomical refinements suggest that even the first true dinosaurs were equipped with sophisticated air sac systems, presaging the lung adaptations of later giants. Yet fossil evidence remains fragmentary, and the full extent of their respiratory anatomy can only be extrapolated through comparative studies with better understood Jurassic relatives. Meanwhile, early ornithischians, such as Lesothosaurus, began to diversify, their beaked jaws cropping low-lying vegetation in floodplain oases. Though smaller than their sauropodomorph cousins, these dinosaurs displayed complex jaw musculature and specialized wear facets on their teeth, an early indication of convergent evolution toward efficient herbivory. Coprolite analyses reveal plant fibers and microscopic phytoliths, painting a picture of dietary specialization that would later blossom into the spectacular diversity of hadrosaurs and ceratopsians. The Triassic dawn also saw the first tentative steps toward social nesting behaviors. Though direct evidence is scarce, isolated clutches of dinosaur eggs from China's Hettangian equivalents suggest colonial nesting in semi-protected lagoonal environments. Embryonic bones within these eggs display advanced ossification, indicating extended incubation and parental investment. Such reproductive strategies foreshadow the complex nesting colonies of later dinosaurs, but are rendered mysterious now by the rarity of well-preserved embryonic remains. Footprint assemblages from sites as geographically disparate as Poland, Lesotho, and Arizona offer additional insights into early dinosaur locomotion and behavior. Gracile bothrosauroid tracks lie alongside heavier sauropodomorph impressions, hinting at coexisting but distinct ecological guilds. Trackway orientation suggests migration or seasonal movement, yet subtle variations in pace and depth reveal responses to substrate consistency, possibly reflecting wet and dry season shifts. These footprints, silent yet eloquent, illuminate the dynamic interplay of movement, environment, and social interaction among the first true dinosaurs. The emergence of true dinosaurs in the Triassic dawn was neither uniform nor uncontested. Rather, it was a mosaic of evolutionary experiments in body form, diet, and behavior. Each genus, Herrerasaurus, Oviraptor, Coelophysis, and their kin, represents a unique solution to the challenges of a post-extinction world. Their collective legacy is a testament to adaptability and innovation, laying the foundation for the Mesozoic age of dinosaurs. As ongoing excavations and technological leaps unveil new fossils and refine our models, the Triassic dawn promises ever more revelations about how these pioneering creatures claimed their first foothold in a world ripe for reinvention. Part 4. Early Sauropodomorphs. In the verdant floodplains of the late Triassic, a lineage of long-necked herbivores began to diverge from their bipedal forebears, setting the evolutionary stage for the colossal sauropods of the Jurassic and Cretaceous. These early sauropodomorphs, often referred to as prosauropods, blended ancestral traits of agility with novel adaptations for high browsing. Their necks lengthened one vertebra at a time to harvest leafy fronds beyond the reach of smaller competitors. Unlike their later giant descendants, they retained relatively lightweight frames and cursorial limb proportions, hinting at a complex lifestyle that balanced speed, stability, and foraging efficiency across diverse Triassic environments. Among the most emblematic of these pioneering herbivores stands Plateosaurus, whose fossils blanket European late Triassic deposits and offer unparalleled insights into prosauropod biology. Mass death assemblages preserve individuals ranging from brood-sized juveniles to 5 to 6 meter adults, suggesting occasional herd behavior or catastrophic flooding traps. Histological examination of their limb bones reveals a rapid juvenile growth phase characterized by fibrolamellar bone, followed by pronounced lines of arrested growth, mirroring seasonal resource fluctuations. The combination of fast early growth and seasonal slowdown speaks to a life history finely tuned to the Triassic's marked wet and dry cycles, foreshadowing growth strategies that would be magnified in later sauropod titans. On the opposite hemisphere, in South Africa's Elliott Formation, Massa's Spondylus carved its niche among early dinosaur communities. It possessed a moderately elongated neck, less extreme than Plateosaurus, but sufficient to reach mid-level vegetation, paired with pleurocoelous vertebrae that housed air sacs, reducing skeletal weight and indicating the early evolution of avian-style respiratory systems in plant eaters. This pneumaticity implies that efficient breathing and thermoregulation were critical not only for fast-moving carnivores, but also for large-bodied herbivores with high oxygen, underscoring the broad significance of air sac developments in early dinosaur physiology. Feeding mechanics among these prosauropods reveal an evolutionary experiment in herbivory. Jaw morphology in Plateosaurus and its kin shows expanding muscle attachment sites and tooth wear patterns, consistent with powerful, shearing bites, effective at processing tough Triassic ferns, horsetails and cycads. Some species developed robust tooth batteries, precursor to the elaborate dental arrays of hadrosaurs, allowing prolonged mastication that increased nutrient extraction. Yet more basal forms like Massospondylus retained simpler peg-like teeth and a beak-like premaxilla, hinting at mixed diets that may have included seeds or soft fruits, a versatility advantageous in unpredictable environments. The locomotor story of early Sauropodomorphs is one of remarkable plasticity. Footprint assemblages across global Triassic sites document primarily bipedal trackways, with occasional faint forelimb impressions, suggesting selective quadrupedal stance during feeding or rest. Their limb bones, long femora, paired with proportionally shorter humeri, indicate a capacity for rapid escape from emerging predators, while the robust forelimb elements hint at the beginnings of weight-bearing adaptations. This facultative quadrupedality would become a defining feature of later sauropods, but in prosauropods, it reflects a transitional balance, enabling both swift movement and stable high browsing. Beyond individual anatomy, early Sauropodomorphs played pivotal ecological roles, reshaping Triassic plant communities through their foraging. By cropping mid-level foliage and trampling understories, they created light gaps that facilitated the germination of shade-intolerant species, thereby altering forest structure over generations. Their large dung deposits enriched floodplain soils, fueling microbial and fungal communities, and driving nutrient cycling in a feedback loop that supported rich riparian ecosystems. In this sense, they acted as ecosystem engineers long before the mass herds of Diplodocus or Brachiosaurus would dominate Jurassic landscapes. Reproductive strategies among prosauropods remain tantalizingly obscure but hint at complex social behaviors. A handful of nesting sites characterized by linear arrays of shallow egg scrapes and clustered similarly sized eggs point to colonial nesting habits. Juvenile bone fragments and eggshell impressions found together suggest active parental or group care, though direct evidence of brooding or nest attendance is lacking. Embryonic ossification levels inferred from rare embryo-bearing eggs suggest extended in-egg development, possibly requiring precise nest incubation conditions, from volcanic soil warmth to stratified plant mounds, early experiments in dinosaur reproductive biology. The evolutionary trajectory of early Sauropodomorphs reached an inflection point by the end of the Triassic, as climatic shifts and emerging competitors led to a winnowing of prosauropod diversity. True sauropods, marked by fully quadrupedal stance and extreme neck elongation, rose to prominence in the Jurassic, while their ancestors receded into ecological niches or vanished. Yet the blueprint they established, seasonal growth rhythms, facultative quadrupedality, air-sac-assisted physiology, and novel feeding strategies, provided the foundation upon which their colossal descendants would build. The story of early Sauropodomorphs stands as a testament to evolution's iterative genius. Each anatomical and behavioral innovation, no matter how incremental, paved the way for the giants that would one day eclipse entire landscapes. As paleontologists continue to unearth new specimens and refine growth and climate models, the nuances of this transitional chapter come ever more sharply into focus. In every bonebed and trackway, the legacy of these first giant browsers speaks to the dynamic interplay of adaptation, environment, and opportunity that defined the dawn of Sauropodomorphs. Part 5. Dawn of Theropods. In the aftermath of the Carnian pluvial event, as ecosystems stabilized from the chaotic climate shifts of the mid-Triassic, a new predator class began to stir from the shadows. These early theropods, the ancestors of all later carnivorous dinosaurs and eventually birds, first emerged as wiry bipedal hunters, lightweight, swift, and sharp-toothed. They were not yet the apex monsters of popular imagination, but rather experimental prototypes, navigating freshly vacated ecological roles. The earliest confirmed theropods, such as Eodromaeus and Tawa, were modest in size, more akin to agile canines than tyrants, but their sleek anatomy foreshadowed a lineage that would stretch from Allosaurus to T-Rex, and ultimately to the flapping robins and ravens of the modern sky. Tawa hala, discovered in the rich fossil deposits of New Mexico's Ghost Ranch, stands out as a striking example of early theropod design. Its slender frame, just over 2 meters long, boasted long, muscular hind limbs built for high-speed pursuit, paired with a long tail acting as a dynamic counterbalance during turns. The fossilized remains preserved distinct hollow bones, an innovation that not only lightened the body, but perhaps hinted at advanced respiratory systems. The structure of its neck vertebrae and open hip socket clearly set it apart from earlier carnivorous archosaurs, marking a true departure into the realm of what we would now call the theropod blueprint. While Tawa ruled the arid floodplains of what would become North America, other theropods like Herrerasaurus roamed the southern supercontinent. Found in Argentina's Isquigualasto Formation, this predator measured up to 6 meters in length and bore a more robust frame than its northern cousins. Though there has been debate over its exact placement within Dinosauria, its skull structure, featuring large fenestrae, blade-like teeth, and a flexible jaw, places it convincingly close to the root of the theropod tree. Its powerful forelimbs, tipped with curved claws, suggest it was capable of grappling with prey, a trait that many future theropods would refine into surgical hunting precision. The Triassic world in which these theropods evolved was no simple jungle. It was a landscape in flux, dotted with conifers, ginkgos, and ferns, shaped by rifting tectonic plates and punctuated by monsoonal cycles. The prey available to early theropods included small reptiles, early synapsids, and primitive ornithischian dinosaurs. Fossil gut contents and tooth marks hint at opportunistic feeding behavior. Small theropods might have scavenged, hunted, and even cannibalized when conditions turned harsh. Unlike later specialist predators, these generalist carnivores thrived on adaptability, carving out niches that required both cunning and stamina in a volatile world. What makes the early theropods especially compelling is their mosaic anatomy, each genus seemingly testing out different configurations of limb proportions, tail structures, and cranial adaptations. In this evolutionary workshop, Some lineages developed fused ankles for more efficient locomotion, while others experimented with limb flexibility or heightened senses. The evolutionary pressure cooker of the late Triassic produced dozens of offshoots, most of which would vanish by the end of the period. But the core innovations, hollow bones, active metabolism, stereoscopic vision, and sharp, serrated teeth, would become permanent fixtures in the theropod lineage. The rise of theropods was not without resistance. They coexisted with large pseudocean archosaurs, crocodile-line predators that dominated many terrestrial habitats at the time. These rivals, often larger and more heavily armored, were formidable apex predators. Yet theropods persisted by exploiting agility, social coordination, and diverse diets. As archosaurs gradually declined due to extinction pulses near the Triassic-Jurassic boundary, theropods seized the moment. They diversified rapidly, expanding their body plans, behaviors, and habitats in the vacuum left behind. In this crucial evolutionary bottleneck, the future of dinosaurian dominance pivoted sharply toward the theropods. One of the more mysterious aspects of early theropod evolution lies in their potential vocal and sensory adaptations. Inner ear structures in some specimens suggest acute hearing tuned to high frequencies, ideal for tracking rustling prey or coordinating group movements. The large orbits and forward-facing eyes provided overlapping fields of vision, improving depth perception critical for ambush predation. These subtle refinements, layered over time, provided a sensory toolkit far more advanced than most contemporaries. It is not unthinkable that the same ancestors who once stalked Triassic plains under flickering starlight would pass down traits that allowed future species to call, hunt, and even communicate in complex ways. Theropod eggshells from the late Triassic remain rare, but isolated finds point to the early development of parchment-like membranes rather than the hard-shelled eggs seen in later taxa. This may indicate hidden nesting strategies, perhaps shallow, covered nests laid in secluded underbrush or within moist sediment near riverbanks. If communal nesting or brood guarding was already emerging at this early stage, it would mark a major behavioral innovation among dinosaurs. Some trackways even suggest that juvenile theropods moved in coordinated groups, further implying levels of sociality that would be echoed millions of years later in the pack-hunting Deinonychus or coordinated flocks of avian descendants. As the Triassic gave way to the Jurassic, the stage was set for theropods to explode in diversity. From the lithe Coelophysis to the massive Dilophosaurus, their forms stretched and reshaped across continents. Each new environment offered fresh challenges, new prey, new rivals, new climates, and theropods responded with unmatched versatility. But the seeds of that success were planted early, in the lean silhouettes of creatures like Tawa and Herrerasaurus. Their legacy is not just one of predation, but of experimentation, adaptability, and survival, a lineage that not only withstood mass extinction, but ultimately soared above it, carried on wings millennia in the making. Part 6. Herrerasaurus and Kin. In the tangle of late Triassic South American floodplains, one of the earliest known theropods prowled through shadowy fern groves and volcanic ash beds. Herrerasaurus is Chigualastensis, a name that now echoes through the strata of Argentina's Chigualasto Formation, represents a snapshot of a time when dinosaurs were not yet the dominant rulers of the world. It was an era of experimentation, and Herrerasaurus, with its slender frame and deadly efficiency, embodied a blueprint that would be refined for millions of years to come. At around 4 to 6 meters long, it wasn't the biggest carnivore of its time, but its skull, with a jaw full of serrated teeth, suggests a powerful bite built for dispatching prey with surgical precision. The mere presence of such an animal in this ancient ecosystem suggests a predator already fine-tuned, a glimpse into the shape of future kings. What makes Herrerasaurus so compelling is its placement on the Dinosaurian family tree. For decades, paleontologists debated whether it was a true theropod, a basal Saurischean, or even outside the formal bounds of Dinosauria. The debate has shifted with every new fossil uncovered, and each reconstruction draws it closer to the base of theropod evolution. It appears to have possessed a mix of primitive and derived features, including a flexible lower jaw joint that allowed for a wider gape, something quite rare for its time. The animal's pelvic structure was also peculiar, lacking the fully developed open hip socket of later dinosaurs, yet still functioning as a spring-loaded mechanism for agile movement. It sat at the crossroads of anatomical innovation and evolutionary uncertainty, a creature on the verge of becoming something new. The ecosystem it belonged to was no less fascinating. The Esquigualasto region, sometimes called the Valley of the Moon, preserves one of the richest late Triassic fossil beds on Earth. It wasn't just Herrerasaurus stalking these muddy floodplains. It shared the land with primitive crocodile relatives like Sauropodomorphs, early mammaliforms and plant-eating dinosaurs such as Oviraptor and Pterosaur. But Herrerasaurus appears to have been near the top of the food chain, a specialized predator in a world still ruled by synapsids and archosauriforms. This positioning indicates that meat-eating dinosaurs rose to prominence quickly after their origins, suggesting a rapid adaptation to predatory niches, likely triggered by the ecological collapse of older lineages. The bones of Herrerasaurus tell more than just a story of sharp teeth and fleet feet. They hint at growth, aging, and even health. Histological analysis of its long bones shows a pattern of rapid growth interrupted by pauses, indicating seasonal or environmental stresses. Its life was likely governed by periods of abundance followed by scarcity, perhaps linked to volcanic activity or fluctuating climates. Some fossils show evidence of healed injuries, bite marks and fractures that knit back together, telling of territorial fights or narrow escapes from larger predators. These weren't slow-moving relics. They were agile, adaptive survivors. What makes Herrerasaurus even more intriguing is how little has changed in the concept of the predatory dinosaur since its time. Many hallmarks of classic theropods, bipedal stance, hollow bones, recurved teeth, grasping hands, were already present in this Triassic predator. In a way, it laid the groundwork for everything that would follow, from Allosaurus to Velociraptor to Tyrannosaurus rex. Yet Herrerasaurus wasn't quite any of those. It retained primitive wrist bones that would later evolve into more flexible structures in true theropods, and its hip anatomy still bore traces of its Archosaurian heritage. It was transitional, yet efficient, a proto-predator in a land of flux. The story of Herrerasaurus is also a tale of rediscovery. The first fossils were unearthed in the 1950s, but it took decades before the significance of this animal was fully understood. As more complete specimens emerged from the red beds of Argentina, paleontologists realized they had a window into a previously obscure phase of dinosaur evolution. Its anatomy answered old questions while sparking new ones, especially about how fast the first dinosaurs spread and diversified. Fossils of similar forms, like Stegosaurus from Brazil, suggest that this kind of dinosaur was not isolated, but part of a broader radiation of early carnivores sweeping across Pangaea. One of the most tantalizing questions is whether Herrerasaurus was an evolutionary dead end or a vital ancestor to later theropods. Its mix of traits suggests it may have been a side branch, a glimpse at what early theropods might have looked like, even if it left no direct descendants. But even as a side branch, it demonstrates that some of the most critical innovations in dinosaur design happened early, in relative obscurity, long before the Jurassic giants would claim the Earth. The mechanisms of speed, grip, balance, and vision were already being tested in creatures like Herrerasaurus, long before they dominated the Mesozoic skies and forests. The biomechanics of Herrerasaurus are especially striking. Its long, muscular hind limbs and lightweight frame hint at an animal built for bursts of speed and agile turning. These traits would have been essential in hunting small reptiles or insectivorous mammals darting through undergrowth. Its claws, curved and likely sharp, could have helped it pin down struggling prey. Fossil trackways from Triassic formations may even hint at similar animals, their toes splayed slightly in the mud, suggesting either stalking behavior or social patterns not yet fully understood. Could Herrerasaurus have hunted in pairs? Were they territorial? The bones remain silent, but the mystery endures. In many ways, Herrerasaurus encapsulates the Triassic moment of origin, where the rules of the Mesozoic world were still being written. It was a creature of thresholds, walking the line between the past and what was to come. Every fossilized vertebra, claw and tooth, holds a piece of the puzzle, not just of this animal, but of the emergence of all predatory dinosaurs. In its stride and skeleton are echoes of a revolution in motion, the beginning of a lineage that would one day culminate in birds slicing through modern skies. It's no exaggeration to say that in Herrerasaurus, the seed of every future dinosaur predator can be found, curled up in Triassic clay. Part 7. Plateosaurus Rise. The rise of Plateosaurus marks one of the most pivotal transitions in dinosaur evolution, a moment when dinosaurs began to grow not only in size, but in strategy, structure, and scope. Plateosaurus lived during the late Triassic period, roughly 214 to 204 million years ago, and emerged as one of the earliest large herbivorous dinosaurs. It stood out as a creature that straddled the line between the primitive and the advanced. With a long neck, robust limbs, and a body that hinted at the towering sauropods to come, Plateosaurus embodied a design that would become foundational. Yet it wasn't a giant in its own time. It was one of the first experiments in large-bodied herbivory in a world still dominated by small, quick, and often carnivorous reptiles. Fossils of Plateosaurus have been unearthed across Europe, particularly in Germany, Switzerland, and France, revealing entire bone beds of individuals. This clustering of fossils has led paleontologists to speculate whether Plateosaurus lived in herds or gathered seasonally, possibly around dying waterholes or during migration events. The remarkable state of preservation in some of these sites, where dozens of individuals appear to have perished suddenly, has left more questions than answers. Did these animals die in mud traps? Was there a drought or a catastrophic flood? Each fossil bed becomes a snapshot of a lost event, frozen in sediment and stone. Unlike its later sauropod descendants, Plateosaurus may have walked on both 2 and 4 legs, though it likely favored a bipedal stance. Its powerful hind limbs suggest it could rear up to reach high vegetation, using its long neck to forage at multiple heights. Its arms were relatively short but strong, tipped with grasping hands and formidable claws, which may have been used for defense, nesting, or manipulating branches. This versatility in posture and feeding behavior gave Plateosaurus an adaptive edge in a world of changing climates and competition. The skull of Plateosaurus tells another compelling tale. It was narrow and long, with leaf-shaped teeth suited for slicing through tough Triassic plant life. There's evidence it fed on cycads, ferns, and possibly early conifers, using a beak-like tip to strip foliage. Unlike the grinding teeth of later giants, Plateosaurus relied more on swallowing vegetation whole, possibly using gastrolith stones ingested to aid digestion. This rudimentary approach to herbivory signals an early evolutionary stage in the development of the massive digestive systems of later sauropods. Intriguingly, Plateosaurus exhibited something rare among early dinosaurs: strong evidence of individual variation. Fossil specimens differ significantly in size and proportions, even among adults. Some scientists interpret this as sexual dimorphism, while others suggest environmental factors or differences in growth rates. This opens the door to theories about social structure or mating behaviors. Was there a dominant size class? Were males larger or more ornamented? With so many well-preserved specimens, the species has become a natural laboratory for testing such evolutionary questions. One of the most captivating aspects of Plateosaurus is how it challenges early assumptions about dinosaur growth. For decades, it was believed that dinosaurs had uniform growth rates, but Plateosaurus seems to have grown differently depending on external conditions. Studies of its bone histology show highly variable growth patterns. Some individuals matured rapidly, while others remained smaller for longer periods. This suggests a remarkable degree of flexibility, likely tied to environmental stressors like food availability or climate. In a world as volatile as the late Triassic, this kind of biological adaptability could mean the difference between survival and extinction. The Triassic landscape was harsh, unpredictable, and rapidly changing. Plateosaurus thrived at a time when supercontinents were breaking apart, volcanic activity was rampant, and global climate swung wildly between extremes. Yet despite these challenges, Plateosaurus not only survived, it spread widely and left behind one of the most complete fossil records of any Triassic dinosaur. Its ability to adapt, to shift strategies depending on its surroundings, may explain its widespread success. It was a pioneer of scale, size, and flexibility in a world still dominated by experimentation in body plans. Plateosaurus also offers an evolutionary glimpse into the future of dinosaurian life. It was part of a group known as basal Sauropodomorphs, the ancestors of the long-necked giants like Brachiosaurus and Diplodocus. But unlike those later behemoths, Plateosaurus retained traits of agility and versatility. It could move quickly when needed, had decent binocular vision, and may have used vocalizations or body language to communicate within groups. These features make it a fascinating transitional form, a species balanced between speed and bulk, precision and power. As one of the last great Triassic herbivores, Plateosaurus stood at the threshold of a new era. The Triassic was ending, and with it, many older reptile lineages would vanish in the face of climatic upheaval and mass extinction. Yet Plateosaurus, or at least its evolutionary legacy, would persist. From its flexible growth strategies to its advanced herbivorous adaptations, it carried the blueprints that would be expanded upon by the great sauropods of the Jurassic. It is not just a footnote in the rise of dinosaurs, it is one of the first bold statements in their grand story. Part 8. Jurassic Giants. The Jurassic period stands as a time of astounding biological diversity, where some of the largest creatures ever to roam the Earth first took their monumental steps. Among these titans, the giants of the Jurassic represent a crucial chapter in the evolutionary saga. Their sheer size, from towering long-necked sauropods to powerful theropods, would come to symbolize an era dominated by colossal life forms. This was a time when the Earth's ecosystems began to reach a scale that was unlike any other period in the planet's history. In the warm, moist climates, plant life flourished, creating an ideal environment for these giants to thrive. What's even more fascinating is how this sudden explosion of large life forms appears to have been driven by a combination of factors like evolving ecosystems and changing atmospheric conditions, all contributing to the rise of these magnificent creatures. One of the most iconic of these Jurassic giants was Brachiosaurus, a dinosaur that would forever change the way we think about the anatomy of giant creatures. Unlike many other sauropods, Brachiosaurus had a unique body structure that made it stand out in the field of prehistoric giants. Its front legs were longer than its hind legs, giving it an elevated, almost giraffe-like neck. This allowed it to feed on vegetation high up in the trees, giving it an ecological advantage in a world where competition for food was fierce. The sheer size of this dinosaur, reaching lengths of over 80 feet, meant that it would have been an awe-inspiring sight, roaming the Mesozoic forests in groups. But the true mystery lies in how such a massive creature could thrive in an age without the specialized systems we see in modern-day animals. Another fascinating element of the Jurassic giants is the Stegosaurus, whose heavy, armored body and iconic dorsal plates continue to mystify paleontologists. These large, plant-eating dinosaurs were not just bulky, slow-moving creatures. They were intricate puzzles of evolution. The plates along their back might have been used for thermoregulation, or perhaps as a display for attracting mates or warding off predators. The spikes on their tails, known as the thagomizer, could deliver a powerful blow to any would-be attacker, acting as an effective defense mechanism. However, what remains perplexing is the exact function of these plates. Were they truly used for temperature regulation, or did they serve another, more mysterious purpose that we have yet to understand? Equally enigmatic were the theropods of the Jurassic, such as Allosaurus, one of the most successful and fearsome predators of the time. These massive hunters, equipped with sharp teeth and claws, dominated the landscapes, preying on other dinosaurs like Stegosaurus and Apatosaurus. What makes Allosaurus particularly intriguing is its unusual hunting strategy. Unlike modern predators that often rely on stealth, Allosaurus is believed to have hunted in packs, using coordinated attacks to bring down larger prey. This social hunting behavior, though still debated, hints at the complex dynamics of Jurassic predator-prey relationships and the rise of highly intelligent social carnivores. As the Jurassic period unfolded, one of the most remarkable developments in the animal kingdom was the rise of the long-necked sauropods, which included species like Apatosaurus and Diplodocus. These massive creatures had incredibly long necks, which they used to reach the tallest trees in their environment. Their necks, composed of dozens of vertebrae, allowed them to browse vast swaths of vegetation without ever needing to move far from their feeding grounds. What's particularly fascinating about these giants is that their long necks were likely an evolutionary response to the abundance of food available in the dense Jurassic forests. However, the mechanics of how they could support such immense necks without collapsing under their own weight remains a topic of intense scientific interest. While these dinosaurs grew to sizes previously thought unimaginable, the environment they inhabited was also evolving in dramatic ways. The Jurassic period saw a significant shift in the Earth's climate, with a general warming trend leading to the development of new, lush ecosystems. Large herbivorous dinosaurs, such as the sauropods, thrived in these environments, feeding on the abundant plant life. In contrast, the carnivores adapted to hunting these massive herbivores, evolving their strategies to tackle such large prey. The rise of these ecosystems formed a complex web of interactions, with herbivores, predators, and smaller creatures all playing their roles in the dynamic ecological systems of the time. The rise of Jurassic giants also brought about the emergence of diverse ecosystems where smaller, more nimble dinosaurs began to evolve in the shadows of their massive counterparts. Small herbivores like Hypsilophodon played a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the environment, feeding on low-lying plants while avoiding the watchful eyes of larger predators. Meanwhile, other small theropods evolved to hunt these herbivores, adding another layer to the intricate food web that existed during this period. These ecosystems, which were dominated by giants, were also inhabited by a vast array of life forms, from flying reptiles like Pteranodon to aquatic creatures like the marine reptile Ichthyosaurus, creating a truly diverse and complex world. The Jurassic giants did not only capture the imagination of paleontologists, but also the public. Their discovery over the centuries has led to some of the most groundbreaking scientific revelations in the field of paleontology. The sheer scale of these animals is still difficult to comprehend, and as more fossils are discovered, scientists continue to piece together the mysteries of their lives. From the structure of their bones to their eating habits and social behaviors, every new finding reveals more about these creatures that once ruled the Earth. What remains truly fascinating is how these giants fit into the larger narrative of dinosaur evolution, a story still unfolding in the fossil records. In conclusion, the Jurassic period was a time of immense evolutionary innovation and the rise of some of the most awe-inspiring creatures ever to walk the Earth. The giants of this era, from sauropods to theropods, reshaped ecosystems in ways that still impact our understanding of prehistoric life. Their massive forms and unique adaptations represent the pinnacle of Mesozoic evolution, yet the mysteries of their lives remain tantalizingly out of reach. Each new discovery, each fragment of bone or fossilized footprint, brings us closer to unlocking the secrets of the Jurassic giants, offering a glimpse into a world where dinosaurs reign supreme. Part 9. Stegosaur, Stewards. The world of the Jurassic was a place where creatures of all sizes roamed the land, yet none stood as distinctively in the minds of paleontologists as the Stegosaur. These remarkable dinosaurs, with their iconic armored plates and spikes, are often considered the guardians of the prehistoric landscape. But what purpose did these strange features serve? The first step in understanding the Stegosaur's role in ancient ecosystems is appreciating just how unique their physical traits were. Unlike any other animal of their time, Stegosaurians evolved a combination of bony plates that protruded from their backs and tail spikes, creating an unmistakable silhouette. However, despite their distinctiveness, much about these dinosaurs remains shrouded in mystery, leading to a host of compelling questions regarding their behavior, biology, and ecological niche. The largest of the stegosaurs, Stegosaurus itself, grew up to 30 feet long and weighed as much as 5 tons. Yet, despite its imposing size, it would have appeared quite cumbersome, lumbering through the Jurassic forests. Its brain, notably small for its body size, was no larger than a walnut, leading scientists to speculate that it had a relatively simple, perhaps even primitive, nervous system. This small brain in relation to body size, however, does not necessarily suggest that stegosaurs were sluggish or unintelligent. Some studies suggest that these dinosaurs may have had heightened senses that compensated for their relatively small cerebral capacity. It's also possible that their behavior was dictated by instinctual responses rather than complex social interaction, making them fascinating subjects for both paleontologists and evolutionists alike. The stegosaur's plates have long been a source of intrigue. While it seems obvious that these large, bony structures on their backs were too heavy to be purely for protection, Scientists have hypothesized several possible functions. The most widely accepted theory is that the plates served a thermoregulatory function, helping to either absorb or dissipate heat. Positioned along the back, they may have acted as a kind of solar panel, absorbing sunlight to warm the animal's body in cooler mornings, or perhaps they could have helped to release excess body heat when the weather grew too warm. However, this theory does not fully account for the unique arrangement and size of these plates, which seem to have varied significantly among different species of Stegosaur. Was there another, more elaborate function at play, such as communication through visual signaling or even attracting mates? Equally captivating is the Stegosaur's tail, which ended in a deadly weapon known as the Thagomizer. These spikes, sharp and robust, would have been used for defense against predators, especially the more agile theropods that prowled the same territories. When a Stegosaur was cornered or attacked, it likely swung its tail in a quick, lethal motion. The Thagomizer, capable of delivering a powerful blow, made the Stegosaur a formidable opponent for any carnivore foolish enough to get too close. Fossilized evidence suggests that these spikes could penetrate bone, making them one of the most effective natural defenses in the dinosaur world. Yet, the mystery remains: why did some species of Stegosaur have such extensive tail spikes while others had relatively smaller ones? Could the length and shape of the Thagomizer have been indicative of different predation pressures across regions? The Stegosaur's diet is another subject of scientific curiosity. As herbivores, these giants feasted primarily on plants, with evidence pointing to a preference for low-lying vegetation, such as ferns and cycads. Yet, how did such a massive animal sustain itself on these comparatively low-energy foods? The secret may lie in the complex gut systems that these dinosaurs developed. It is believed that Stegosaurs had a fermentation process similar to modern herbivores, where plant matter was broken down in specialized stomach chambers, allowing them to extract the maximum amount of nutrients from their food. This digestive system, combined with the massive plant-eating habits, suggests that Stegosaurs played an essential role in shaping the flora of their time, potentially even helping to cultivate specific plant species by spreading seeds or providing natural fertilization through their droppings. Despite their hefty appearance and intimidating armor, Stegosaurs were likely not solitary animals. Fossil evidence suggests that they may have lived in herds, offering them protection from predators while also benefiting from the social structure that a group dynamic provided. This behavior, though speculative, is supported by trackways and fossilized remains that suggest multiple individuals living and moving together in the same areas. Living in groups would have allowed Stegosaurs to communicate through body language or even vocalizations, further enhancing their ability to defend against threats. However, not all Stegosaurs seem to have been built for group living. Some smaller species may have been more solitary in nature, leading to a fascinating diversity in the social behavior of these creatures. One particularly intriguing aspect of the Stegosaur family is their geographic distribution. Fossil records show that these creatures lived in various parts of the world during the late Jurassic period, from what is now North America to Europe and Asia. This wide distribution raises the question of how these dinosaurs adapted to different environments. Did the Stegosaur's armor and spikes provide the same advantages in every climate, or did some populations evolve different physical traits to suit their specific environments? The variations in plate size and shape across different species of Stegosaur provide an exciting avenue for study, suggesting that these animals were capable of adapting to diverse ecological conditions across vast areas. Perhaps one of the most enduring questions about stegosaurs is how they coexisted with other giant herbivores of the Jurassic period. Sauropods, like Brachiosaurus and Apatosaurus, also roamed the same lands, yet the two groups likely occupied different ecological niches. While sauropods focused on high trees and foliage, stegosaurs stuck to the lower plant life. This division of resources would have allowed them to coexist peacefully without significant competition for food. However, the overlap in habitats may have led to some form of interaction between these massive herbivores. Did the stegosaur occasionally venture into sauropod territories, or did the two giants simply avoid one another, recognizing each other's size and territory as a boundary not to be crossed? Fossil evidence suggests that stegosaurs were likely long-lived creatures. Their large, slow-moving bodies would have made them prime targets for predators, but their formidable defenses helped ensure their survival. However, their very size also meant that they would have required vast amounts of food and space to thrive. As the Jurassic period continued, changing climates and ecosystems would have impacted the availability of these resources. The ultimate fate of the stegosaurs remains unclear. Were they outcompeted by new species of herbivores? Did changing environmental conditions drive them to extinction? These questions remain unanswered, adding yet another layer of intrigue to the legacy of the stegosaur. The stegosaur's role in the ancient ecosystem and its distinctive features continue to captivate the imaginations of scientists and enthusiasts alike. Their massive plates and deadly tail spikes represent a unique evolutionary path in the history of the Earth's giant herbivores. Through fossil records, trackways, and modern analysis, each discovery adds to the understanding of these enigmatic creatures. The stegosaur's time on Earth, though long past, remains a fascinating chapter in the story of life on our planet. Their mysterious adaptations, their interactions with other species, and their survival strategies offer endless questions for future generations of paleontologists to explore. Part 10. Allosaur Ascendancy. At the height of the late Jurassic period, the landscape was dominated by massive herbivores and the carnivores that hunted them. Among these apex predators, one name stands out: Allosaurus. A predator that commanded the ecosystem with unrivaled ferocity, Allosaurus was one of the largest and most terrifying theropods of its time. Growing up to 28 feet long and weighing as much as 2 tons, this formidable carnivore was built for speed, strength, and a deadly predatory nature. Its skull alone, measuring over 2 feet in length, was filled with sharp teeth, designed for slashing through meat and bone. But despite its imposing size and strength, Allosaurus was not the largest theropod to ever walk the earth. It was the sheer efficiency and hunting strategies that made it a true giant in its ecosystem. What set Allosaurus apart from other predators of the time was its remarkable hunting style. Unlike the solitary, ambush tactics employed by some of its contemporaries, Allosaurus is believed to have hunted in packs. Evidence of group hunting, observed in the fossilized remains of multiple Allosaurus individuals found together, suggests that these predators may have cooperated in taking down massive herbivores such as the mighty Stegosaurus, or even sauropods like Apatosaurus. This cooperative behavior would have been vital for bringing down larger prey, which could have been a significant challenge for a lone predator. This behavior is considered an evolutionary advantage, as it would have enabled them to overwhelm even the most formidable herbivores through sheer force and strategy. Allosaurus wasn't just a brutish predator, it was an agile and skilled hunter. With its long muscular legs, it could outrun many of its prey, allowing it to close the distance before launching into a deadly attack. Its lightweight body and powerful back legs suggest it had remarkable speed for a dinosaur of its size. This speed, combined with sharp claws on its feet, allowed Allosaurus to inflict deep gashes on its victims. But it wasn't just about raw speed or strength. Allosaurus also had keen senses that made it a master of tracking its prey. Fossilized evidence shows that it had excellent vision, which would have been essential in spotting potential prey from a distance. Its sense of smell and hearing were likely also highly developed, helping it detect animals even when they were out of sight. Another fascinating aspect of Allosaurus is its anatomical structure, which reveals a lot about its predatory behavior. Its teeth were not the typical conical, knife-like teeth seen in some theropods, but rather large, serrated teeth designed for slicing through flesh. This feature suggests that Allosaurus was not a scavenger, but an active predator that needed to tear through muscle and bone to access the nutrient-rich marrow inside. The large curved teeth were perfect for holding onto its prey and tearing away large chunks of meat, which it could swallow in massive gulps. Its jaws were capable of delivering tremendous force, allowing Allosaurus to bite down with enough strength to crush bone and penetrate tough hide. The evolutionary success of Allosaurus was not limited to its predatory abilities. It also adapted to its environment in ways that allowed it to thrive in a changing world. The late Jurassic period was marked by shifting climates and the rise of new species, but Allosaurus's ability to adapt made it a dominant force for millions of years. Its broad distribution across North America and parts of Europe, as well as its ability to feed on a wide range of prey, meant it could survive in diverse habitats, from dense forests to open plains. This adaptability was key to its survival, as it could rely on different food sources depending on the availability of prey. Whether it was hunting large herbivores or scavenging the leftovers of other predators, Allosaurus could always find a way to survive. One of the most intriguing mysteries surrounding Allosaurus is its relationship with other large carnivores of the time. While Allosaurus was the dominant predator in its ecosystem, it was not the only large theropod. Other carnivores like Ceratosaurus and Torvosaurus also roamed the Jurassic landscapes, but they occupied different ecological niches. Allosaurus seemed to have a particular preference for the larger herbivores, while its competitors might have focused on smaller prey. The coexistence of these giant predators raises interesting questions about how they avoided direct conflict. Did they have overlapping territories, or did they naturally avoid each other to reduce competition? The fossil record offers only fragmentary glimpses into these interactions, but the fact that Allosaurus was the apex predator during the late Jurassic suggests that it had an edge in both size and hunting efficiency. Despite being a highly successful predator, Allosaurus was not immune to the dangers of its own world. Fossilized remains show evidence of injuries, suggesting that even apex predators had to contend with the risk of being injured during hunts. Allosaurus's predatory lifestyle meant it often faced dangerous situations, particularly when hunting large herbivores capable of fighting back. The fossilized evidence of healed injuries in Allosaurus skeletons speaks to the resilience and tenacity of these creatures. It's clear that Allosaurus faced many challenges, but its ability to recover and continue to dominate the food chain demonstrates just how formidable it was as a predator. The ultimate fate of Allosaurus remains an enduring mystery. Despite being one of the most successful theropods of the Jurassic period, it eventually disappeared from the fossil record. Some scientists speculate that the rise of new predators, such as the larger and more specialized Tyrannosaurus rex in the following Cretaceous period, may have led to Allosaurus's decline. Others suggest that changing environmental conditions or shifts in the herbivore populations may have disrupted the food chain and led to the extinction of this once dominant predator. Whatever the cause, the legacy of Allosaurus as one of the most formidable apex predators in Earth's history endures. Its dominance in the Jurassic period marks a significant chapter in the history of predatory dinosaurs, and its mysteries continue to captivate paleontologists today. In the end, Allosaurus was more than just a killer of its time. It was a symbol of the Jurassic's wild, chaotic, and ever-evolving ecosystems. Its ascendancy as a top predator, its remarkable physical features, and its role in the food chain all make it a captivating subject for study. Each fossil discovery continues to add layers to our understanding of these ancient creatures, bringing us closer to unlocking the mysteries of their lives. The story of Allosaurus is one of power, survival, and the delicate balance of life during a time when the Earth was ruled by giants. Part 11. Diplodocus World. Diplodocus, with its impossibly long neck and trailing whip-like tail, stands as one of the most emblematic giants of the Jurassic. In the vast floodplain forests of what is now North America, these graceful behemoths carved their niche among towering conifers and ginkgo forests. Measuring up to 27 meters in length yet weighing only around 12 tons, Diplodocus combined enormous reach with a surprisingly slender build, its vertebrae spanned by giant air sacs that kept it light and mobile despite its colossal size. Its head, perched at the end of a neck longer than a bus, was small in proportion to its body, housing peg-like teeth ideal for stripping foliage. In this world, the first challenge was simply reaching food high in the canopy. Diplodocus met it by evolving a neck that could sweep across treetops, allowing herds to graze in bands that shaped entire forests. Beneath the dappled light of Jurassic forests, Diplodocus herds left behind extraordinary trackways, rows of giant footprints preserved in sandstone that tell of coordinated migrations across floodplains. These tracks, sometimes stretching for kilometers, record footsteps deep enough to suggest a dynamic gait, with 4 feet smaller and more pigeon-toed than the massive hind feet. The alternating pace of prints hints at a steady, energy-saving rhythm, enabling these giants to travel great distances in search of new growth after seasonal flooding or drought. What remains mysterious is whether these herds followed precise migratory routes year after year, returning to favored watering holes and nesting grounds, or whether each journey was an improvisation dictated by shifting river channels and plant availability. The feeding mechanics of Diplodocus remain a subject of vigorous debate. Its teeth, arranged in a pencil-like cluster at the front of the jaw, were not suited for grinding but for efficient nipping. Biomechanical models suggest that Diplodocus may have taken low-bite nibbles from ferns and low-lying horsetails, or reached high into the crowns of conifers, stripping branches with lateral sweeps of the neck. Yet some paleontologists propose that this dinosaur could raise its neck steeply, adopting a near-vertical stance to access taller foliage. Each hypothesis carries implications for how Diplodocus shaped its environment, either as a low-browsing grazer maintaining ground-level vegetation, or as a towering browser sculpting treetop canopies. Anatomy hints at more than feeding. It reveals potential social behaviors. The cervical ribs, long overlapping bony rods along the neck, may have provided structural support for neck movements and served as attachment sites for massive muscles. These same structures could have aided in intraspecies display, perhaps visible as subtle neck undulations during courtship or dominance rituals. Adult Diplodocus specimens show evidence of healed injuries along the neck and tail, suggesting they engaged in lethal combat or ritualized sparring, their formidable tails like whips capable of delivering bone-breaking strikes. Yet no fully clasped dinosaur duel has been preserved, leaving these behavior reconstructions tantalizingly hypothetical. Beneath the skeleton lay a labyrinthine respiratory system, one of the most advanced among dinosaurs. Air sacs permeated the vertebrae of Diplodocus, reducing skeletal weight and allowing efficient lung ventilation akin to that of modern birds. This adaptation not only facilitated the support of a neck the length of a school bus, but also offered thermoregulatory benefits, pumping cool air through the body to prevent overheating. As these dinosaurs marched across sun-baked plains, their air sac networks likely kept them from succumbing to the immense heat generated by muscular exertion, a triumph of physiology that helped sustain their colossal frames. The world of Diplodocus was not without predators. Large theropods such as Allosaurus and Ceratosaurus prowled the same floodplains, targeting the young, the weak, or the isolated. Fossilized bite marks on Diplodocus vertebrae and ribs, some showing signs of healing, testify to narrow escapes from these predators. Herd dynamics may have provided protection. Juveniles surrounded by adults would have been safer, while individuals on the fringes faced greater peril. Yet the precise strategies whether Diplodocus herds formed protective circles, how they coordinated defense, and how young fended for themselves remain lost in time, fragments of bone teasing modern minds with their silent clues. As the Jurassic gave way to more open habitats, Diplodocus had to navigate shifting landscapes. The erosion of floodplains revealed rocky uplands, while changing climates ushered in more arid conditions. Adaptations such as a narrowed skull and flexible neck vertebrae allowed these giants to exploit new food sources, from drought-tolerant cycads to tougher horsetails. Yet the transition was not without cost. Tooth wear rates increased, suggesting they processed more abrasive plants in harder soils, and variations in limb bone robustness hint at differing locomotor demands across regions. In this way, Diplodocus exemplified the interplay of anatomy and environment in driving dinosaur evolution. Despite filling ecological niches once dominated by earlier prosauropods, Diplodocus itself would eventually fade, replaced by even more specialized sauropods of the Cretaceous. Its legacy endures not only in the grandeur of its fossil skeletons, but in how it shaped Mesozoic ecosystems, grazing patterns that influenced plant succession, herding behaviors that impacted predator populations, and migratory routes that determined sediment deposition in ancient river valleys. The fossils of Diplodocus offer a window into a world where giants walked, and every discovery refines our understanding of life at Earth's extremes, a saga written in bone, rock, and the silent march of ancient footprints. Part 12. Brachiosaur Biome. The Cretaceous biome that hosted Brachiosaurus bristled with verdant life under a warm, humid sky, where vast conifer forests and fern thickets stretched as far as the eye could see. In this lush setting, Brachiosaurus rose above its compatriots, its forelimbs longer than its hind limbs, giving it a distinctive sloping back that elevated its neck to heights rivaling modern-day giraffes. This unique limb configuration allowed it to feed on foliage inaccessible to other herbivores, pruning the tops of towering araucarias and podocarps. The crest of its neck crest was not merely functional, however. It stood as an emblem of niche differentiation, a living architectural marvel that shaped the very structure of its habitat. Within this biome, the interplay between Brachiosaurus and the plant kingdom drove co-evolutionary dynamics. As these giants stripped high branches, they opened patches of sunlight to the forest floor, encouraging the growth of shade-intolerant plants and creating micro-habitats for smaller creatures. Seed dispersal by defecation further promoted plant diversity, with nutrient-rich dung piles fueling underbrush growth. These natural gardening activities may have sculpted plant community composition over centuries, forging a landscape mosaic of open glades and dense thickets, a testament to the profound ecological influence of Brachiosaurus beyond mere herbivory. The respiratory anatomy of Brachiosaurus reveals another layer of adaptation to its biome. Hollow vertebrae and extensive air sac systems lightened its massive skeleton and enabled efficient oxygen exchange, crucial for sustaining a heart and muscles powerful enough to pump blood up its long neck. This avian-style breathing apparatus not only supported high-energy foraging at great heights, but also likely conferred some thermoregulatory benefit, cooling the animal's core in sweltering climates. The evolution of such a sophisticated respiratory network underscores the intensity of selective pressures within the Cretaceous biome, where giants had to conquer both gravity and heat. Evidence from bone histology suggests that Brachiosaurus experienced rapid early growth, reaching substantial size within a few decades, an extraordinary feat even among sauropods. Growth rings within its limb bones display wide zones of primary bone deposition, reflecting periods of abundant resources, interspersed with slower growth during seasonal downturns. This pattern paints a picture of a life intimately tied to cyclic environmental rhythms, where rainy seasons fueled explosive plant growth and dry spells tested physiological endurance. The ability to modulate growth rates in response to resource availability would have been essential in a biome marked by pronounced wet and dry seasons. Social behavior in Brachiosaurus remains enigmatic, yet trackway evidence hints at possible group cohesion. Parallel chains of massive footprints, each spanning nearly 2 meters across, suggest coordinated movement, perhaps migratory journeys between feeding grounds and nesting sites. These trackways, preserved in floodplain muds, evoke images of a slow-moving caravan of giants, each following the one ahead to resource-rich oases. Whether this behavior represented permanent herds or seasonal gatherings is unknown, but the sheer scale of these trackways implies complex social dynamics beyond solitary existence. Predator-prey interactions within the Brachiosaurus biome highlight the balance of power on Cretaceous floodplains. Juvenile and weakened individuals would have been susceptible to large theropods such as Giganotosaurus or Carcharodontosaurus, which roamed contemporaneous habitats. Fossilized tooth marks on sauropod caudal vertebrae suggest occasional successful attacks, but healed puncture wounds indicate that even adult Brachiosaurus could survive predatory encounters. Their massive size and group vigilance likely deterred most hunters, turning Brachiosaurus into an ecological fortress whose very presence shaped predator behavior and distribution. Reproductive strategies of Brachiosaurus remain largely conjectural, yet nesting ground discoveries elsewhere hint at possible communal sites. Clusters of sauropod eggs in shallow pits, arranged in loosely spaced rings, suggest that large sauropods return to specific locations to lay and incubate clutches. If Brachiosaurus followed similar patterns, these nesting sites would have become hotspots of activity and risk, attracting both guards and opportunistic scavengers. The interplay between protective adults and invasive predators at these sites would have added dramatic chapters to the life history of Brachiosaurus, underscoring the perilous journey from egg to leviathan. Paleo-environmental analyses reveal that rising sea levels and shifting continents during the late Cretaceous altered Brachiosaurus habitats, fragmenting forests and creating archipelagos. Isolated populations may have experienced genetic drift, potentially leading to subtle regional differences in size or morphology, variations that remain hidden in the sparse fossil record. These biogeographic dynamics underscore the fluid nature of the Brachiosaur biome, where geological forces continually reshaped living spaces, challenging giants to adapt or perish. Ultimately, the world of Brachiosaurus was one of towering green canopies, cyclical rains, and the slow, majestic passage of Earth's largest terrestrial herbivores. Their impact on the biome extended from the forest tops to the forest floor, influencing plant diversity, nutrient cycles, and predator-prey dynamics. The mysteries of their social lives, reproductive strategies, and regional adaptations continue to beckon paleontologists into unexplored terrain. In every fragment of bone and every imprint in ancient mud, the legacy of Brachiosaurus endures, an echo of giants whose reign over the Jurassic and Cretaceous landscapes reshaped Earth's ecosystems in ways that still captivate our imagination centuries later. Part 13. Early feather origins. Long before feathers graced the wings of birds, their antecedents first appeared as filamentous structures on the skins of small theropod dinosaurs, hinting at a hidden chapter in the story of dinosaur evolution. In the Middle Jurassic, in the lagoons and floodplains of what is now China, fossils of tiny coelurosaurs emerged, their impressions revealing simple, hair-like filaments rather than the complex flight feathers of later avian forms. These proto-feathers, short, unbranched and downy, likely served primarily as insulation, trapping heat close to the body of small dinosaurs that needed to maintain higher metabolic rates in cooler microclimates. The earliest evidence of such integumentary structures comes from genera like Sinosauropteryx, whose fossils display a fine covering of bristles across its back and tail. These filaments, though not true feathers, share a fundamental origin, keratinous rods that grew from skin follicles. In life, Sinosauropteryx may have looked like a prehistoric porcupine or a fuzzy lizard, its plumage providing a warm barrier against evening chills. Yet these filaments did more than just insulate. Their arrangement and density suggest possible roles in camouflage, breaking up the dinosaur's outline in dappled light, a crucial adaptation for both predator and prey in the dynamic Jurassic underbrush. As feather evolution progressed, branching into more complex forms, transitional species like Ankylosaur revealed shoulder feathers long enough to resemble primitive wings. Though these dinosaurs could not fly, their feathered forelimbs hint at display functions, visual signals used in courtship or territorial disputes. The presence of distinct color patterns, inferred from microscopic melanosome structures preserved in fossilized feathers, suggests that early feathered dinosaurs engaged in vibrant displays, flashing bands of black, white, and even iridescent hues. Such theatrical plumage would have added a splash of color to their environments, transforming mating rituals into feathery spectacles. The discovery of Archaeopteryx further blurred the boundary between dinosaur and bird. This late Jurassic creature, with its mix of avian and reptilian features, possessed true flight feathers on its wings and tail, fully formed with central shafts and interlocking barbs. Yet it retained teeth, a long bony tail, and clawed hands, marking it as a remarkable transitional fossil. Its flight capabilities remain debated. Some researchers propose it glided between trees, while others suggest powered flight with rapid wing beats. Regardless, Archaeopteryx stands as a powerful testament to how feathers, initially evolved for insulation and display, were later co-opted for the ultimate evolutionary innovation: flight. Feathers did not evolve for flight alone. In some theropods, downy plumage covered the entire body, pointing to a role in thermoregulation, especially for dinosaurs inhabiting higher latitudes or cooler microclimates. The discovery of feathered oviraptorosaurs and troodontids in Mongolian deposits reveals that even large-bodied dinosaurs benefited from skin coverings that conserved heat. In harsh conditions, dusk, dawn, or seasonal chill, these feather coatings would have provided a significant advantage, enabling higher activity levels and sustained foraging when uninsulated reptiles might have become sluggish. Beyond insulation and display, feathers also served as sensory tools. In modern birds' phyloplumes, tiny feather structures act as mechanoreceptors, detecting subtle changes in airflow and aiding in flight control. Evidence suggests that some non-avian dinosaurs possessed similar structures, hinting at an unexpected level of sensory sophistication. These feathers, entwined among larger plumage, would have allowed early feathered dinosaurs to sense wind direction, temperature shifts, and tactile stimuli, enriching their interactions with the environment in ways only beginning to be understood. The genetic underpinnings of feather evolution trace back to the same developmental pathways that produce reptilian scales. Yet feather growth demands intricate molecular choreography. Studies of living birds reveal that feather follicles form through specialized skin signaling centers called placodes. It's likely that mutations tweaking these placode patterns first produced filamentous proto-feathers, which natural selection then shaped into branched structures. Each morphological innovation, branching barbules, veins, emerged step by step, guided by ecological pressures and genetic potential, illuminating the gradual ascent from simple filaments to the aerodynamically complex feathers birds sport today. Perhaps the greatest mystery lies in the selective forces that spurred each leap in feather complexity. Why did some lineages retain simple downy coats while others evolved elaborate pennaceous feathers suitable for flight? The answer may lie in ecological opportunity. Small, ground-dwelling dinosaurs needed insulation and camouflage. Display behaviors drove the evolution of colorful veins, and arboreal or gliding experiments favored larger, stiffer feathers for aerodynamic use. These divergent pressures created a tapestry of feather forms, each a solution to a unique ecological puzzle, underscoring how a single biological innovation can radiate into countless adaptations. The story of early feather origins reminds us that the path from dinosaurs to modern birds was neither linear nor inevitable, but a branching narrative of experimentation, survival, and innovation. From simple filaments that warmed the first feathered dinosaurs to the wing feathers that carried the earliest flyers, each evolutionary step unlocks new chapters of natural history. As more fossils emerge and technologies refine our vision, the enigmatic world of proto-feathers continues to captivate, revealing how structures born for warmth and showmanship ultimately soared into the skies. Part 14. Bird-like dinosaurs. In the shadowed canopies of the late Jurassic and early Cretaceous forests, small theropods evolved features that blurred the line between dinosaur and bird. Genera such as Microraptor, with its four-winged architecture, showcased the earliest experiments in aerial locomotion. Tiny and lightweight, Microraptor sported pennaceous feathers not only on its forelimbs but also on its hind limbs and tail, forming a unique quad-wing system. This arrangement allowed controlled gliding between trees, turning the understory into an arboreal racetrack. The discovery of Microraptor fossils with preserved iridescent plumage hints at dazzling displays under dappled sunlight, suggesting these creatures relied on both flight and flamboyant color to survive and communicate. Meanwhile, Velociraptor, though more famous for its later Cretaceous forms, had early relatives in the late Jurassic that already bore feathers and possessed a sickle-shaped claw on each foot. These smaller feathered dromaeosaurs may have leapt from ambush, using their plumage to stabilize mid-air attacks or to anchor themselves against struggling prey. The presence of quill knobs on their ulnae, bony projections indicating strong feather attachment points, reveals a sophisticated feather infrastructure. Feathered forelimbs may have aided balance, maneuverability, and even brood care, reinforcing the idea that feathers served multiple roles well before true powered flight emerged. Feathered ornithomimosaurs further illustrate the varied paths of avian evolution. Gallimimus and its kin, ostrich dinosaurs, possessed long, slender limbs built for speed and an array of filamentous feathers along their arms. Whether these early ostrich-like dinosaurs used feathers to regulate body temperature, signal to prospective mates, or aid in sudden bursts of acceleration remains debated. Yet the convergence of feathered covering, toothless beaks, and cursorial builds in multiple lineages underscores how bird-like characteristics arose repeatedly in response to ecological demands, driven by a combination of genetic predisposition and natural selection. Among the most enigmatic are the Scansauropterygids, tiny tree climbers like Yi Chi that evolved membranous wings, akin to bats. Though not true birds, these feathered dinosaurs demonstrate the creative plasticity of theropod integument. Their choice of wing material, a mix of feathers and skin membranes, suggests experiments in flight afforded by diverse approaches to gliding and parachuting. The existence of such forms attests to the evolutionary laboratory that Mesozoic forests provided, where small bodies and complex habitats fostered radical innovations in locomotion and display. Fossil discoveries of early bird-like therizinosaurs hint at another fascinating path: herbivorous theropods with long necks, massive claws and plumage, likely used for display or insulation. These plant-eaters retained their feather coverings as a testament to their origins, while diverging dramatically in diet and lifestyle. The presence of nesting sites with feathered hatchlings supports the notion that early bird-like dinosaurs engaged in brooding behaviors, wrapping their young in downy feathers, much like modern birds. Such parental care strategies would have reinforced social bonds and enhanced offspring survival in precarious ecosystems. Color reconstruction from melanosomes, microscopic pigment-bearing organelles preserved in fossil feathers, reveals that early bird-like dinosaurs sported a startling palette. Iridescent blacks, deep russets and patterned stripes adorned their bodies, likely used in complex visual communication. In densely vegetated habitats, these colors could flash in courtship rituals or intimidate rivals, turning each individual into a living banner of evolutionary artistry. The ability to decipher color patterns from fossils brings these creatures to life, showcasing a degree of sophistication once thought exclusive to modern birds. Skeletal adaptations among bird-like dinosaurs further illustrate their transitional status. The semi-lunate carpal, a half-moon-shaped wrist bone, appeared in multiple lineages, providing increased wrist flexibility essential for wing folding and flapping. This single anatomical innovation opened doors to powered flight, even as many lineages ultimately abandoned it. The same bone structure appears in both Maniraptorans and early Avialenins, underscoring a shared evolutionary toolkit that underpinned diverse life histories from gliding predators to seed-cracking omnivores. The divergence between non-avian bird-like theropods and the earliest true birds, such as Archaeopteryx and Anchirunus, rests on subtle anatomical differences: fused tail vertebrae in Avialenins, a reversed hallux for perching, and advanced flight musculature attachments. These refinements allowed true birds to explore aerial niches more fully and help them survive the cataclysmic end Cretaceous event. In contrast, many bird-like dinosaurs vanished, their experiments halted by environmental upheaval, leaving behind tantalizing glimpses of paths not taken. The story of bird-like dinosaurs is one of adaptive exploration, where feathers first warmed, then dazzled, and finally carried life skyward. Each discovery, from tiny gliders to feathered giants, reveals a chapter in an evolutionary narrative rich with experimentation and innovation. Their legacy endures in the birds that flit through our skies today, living testaments to the ancient experiments that once unfolded in Jurassic and Cretaceous forests. The mysteries of their form, function and fate continue to beckon, challenging us to look deeper into the fossil record for the secrets of life's greatest transformations. Part 15. Cretaceous Explosion. The dawn of the Cretaceous period ignited a veritable explosion of dinosaur diversity as evolving lineages filled newly formed ecological niches across shifting continents. Flowering plants emerged alongside towering conifers and ferns, transforming landscapes and creating novel food sources. Herbivorous dinosaurs, from duckbills to horned ceratopsians, rapidly radiated to exploit these resources, while new predatory forms, including giant tyrannosaurids, evolved in response. In this mosaic of life, ecosystems grew more complex, interweaving herbivores, predators, scavengers, and omnivores in dynamic food webs that reshaped Mesozoic life. One signature of the Cretaceous explosion was the rise of hadrosaurs, the duck-billed dinosaurs, whose versatile dental batteries allowed efficient processing of tough, fibrous plants. In North America and Asia, herds of hadrosaurs like Edmontosaurus and Parasaurolophus roamed floodplains in vast numbers, their complex crests and vocal chambers hinting at sophisticated social behaviors. These crests likely served as resonating chambers for low-frequency calls, perhaps functioning in long-distance communication across open plains, coordinating herd movements, or strengthening social bonds during breeding seasons. Concurrently, ceratopsians flourished, their distinctive horns and frills evolving in extravagant forms. From South America's early Psittacosaurus to North America's massive Triceratops, the ceratopsian lineage showcased an unparalleled trajectory of cranial ornamentation. Frills may have offered display surfaces for colorful integument or acted as shields in intraspecific combat. Horns, whether forward-pointing, nasal, or brow, served both defense and display, and fossil evidence of healed horn wounds suggests dramatic clashes, possibly over mates or territory. These spectacular headgear designs exemplify the Cretaceous's flair for evolutionary showmanship. Meanwhile, the predator hierarchy underwent a seismic shift with the advent of tyrannosaurids. Small, agile hunters like Gorgosaurus gave way to apex monsters such as Tyrannosaurus rex, whose massive skulls and crushing bites dwarfed earlier theropods. Rex possessed bone-splintering force, binocular vision, and a sensory system attuned to faint scents, enabling it to track down even hidden or wounded prey. Its tiny forelimbs, though seemingly vestigial, likely aided in grasping carcasses or supporting the body during feeding frenzy. An anatomy fine-tuned to a hyper-carnivorous lifestyle at the top of the food chain. The Cretaceous also spurred dramatic innovation among armored dinosaurs. Ankylosaurs evolved from smaller, lightly plated forms into club-tailed behemoths like Ankylosaurus, whose tail clubs could shatter bone on impact. Their extensive body armor, rows of osteoderms and spikes, provided formidable defense, while sensory pits in their skulls may have detected low-frequency vibrations, warning of approaching predators. Meanwhile, Nodosaurids, lacking clubs but sporting shoulder spikes and heavy plating, filled adjacent niches, demonstrating the diverse strategies Ankylosaurs employed to deter attackers. Small theropods too diversified wildly. Dromaeosaurids expanded into varied forms, from the chicken-sized Microraptor gliders to the turkey-sized pack hunters like Utahraptor. Their feathers evolved into aerodynamic structures suited for display, insulation, and in some, primitive flight. These bird-like predators likely filled roles ranging from specialized egg raiders to forest-dwelling ambushers, showcasing how feathers continued to unlock new adaptive landscapes and kept non-avian theropods in the evolutionary spotlight, even as birds themselves began to emerge. Within the Cretaceous explosion, island dwarfism and gigantism also appeared. On the European archipelagos, sauropods shrank to mere dwarfs like Megarosaurus, adapting to resource-limited environments. In contrast, isolated dinosaurs on larger landmasses could grow to gargantuan sizes, as seen in titanosaur giants like Argentinosaurus. These extreme size variations underscore how geography and resource distribution could sculpt dinosaur form, producing a bewildering array of body plans all within a single period. Concurrent with dinosaur diversification, angiosperms, the earliest flowering plants, painted the landscape with blooms, petals, and fruits. Early bees and beetles responded in kind, driving co-evolutionary relationships that would shape both plant and insect diversity. Flowering shrubs and vines provided new dietary options and habitat complexity, supporting juvenile dinosaurs seeking cover from predators. The interdependence of dinosaurs, plants, and pollinators in the Cretaceous explosion reveals a world where life interconnected on unprecedented scales. Yet this period of flourishing life was a fleeting golden age. As continents drifted, sea levels rose and climates shifted, ecosystems became ever more specialized and more vulnerable. By the end of the Cretaceous, the very complexity that had enabled dinosaurs to dominate also made them susceptible to cataclysmic change. But in the span of tens of millions of years, the Cretaceous explosion sculpted the ultimate chapter of dinosaur evolution, forging legacies that would echo into the Mesozoic's final act and beyond. Part 16. Tyrant, King Genesis. The rise of Tyrannosaurids marks one of the most dramatic chapters in dinosaur evolution, a story that begins in the mid-Cretaceous of Asia and culminates in the ultimate apex predator, Tyrannosaurus rex. The earliest tyrannosaurids, such as Zhangguanlong, were slender, gracile hunters with long arms and modest skulls, more reminiscent of earlier coelurosaurs than the massive juggernauts they would become. Yet within their bones lay the blueprint for seismic change: elongated hind limbs for swift pursuit, forward-facing eyes granting stereoscopic vision, and a growing set of neural adaptations suggesting an ever-sharpening predatory instinct. This modest beginning set the stage for an evolutionary sprint toward dominance. By the late Cretaceous, Tyrannosaurids had undergone a radical transformation. Their arms shrank to vestigial stumps, yet their skulls ballooned in size, capable of exerting bone-crushing force that would leave even Triceratops' horns mangled. The transition from slender-snouted hunters to robust cranial powerhouses reflects a shift in predatory strategy, from hunting small prey to tackling the largest herbivores on the continent. Fossils of Allosaurus and Gorgosaurus illustrate intermediate forms, skulls both long and deep, teeth both razor-sharp and bone, crushing, signaling an evolutionary tug-of-war between speed and power. Amid this transformation, brain case studies reveal that Tyrannosaurids developed enlarged olfactory bulbs, indicating an acute sense of smell. This adaptation would have been indispensable for tracking wounded prey across vast floodplains and forests, or for scavenging with uncanny precision. In an environment teeming with carcasses and competing predators, the ability to detect carrion from miles away ensured survival. Meanwhile, inner ear structures hint at high-frequency hearing, perhaps allowing tyrannosaurids to pick up subtle vocalizations or rustling in dense undergrowth, a suite of sensory enhancements that made them consummate hunters. The evolutionary pressure to adapt must have been immense. As ceratopsians and hadrosaurs grew larger and more numerous, tyrannosaurids responded by building skulls capable of withstanding colossal bite forces, up to 6 tons per square inch in T. rex. Bone histology reveals rapid growth spurts during juvenile stages, enabling young tyrannosaurs to quickly reach sizes that could deter small predators and compete with adults. This growth strategy parallels that of modern sharks and crocodiles, where early rapid growth confers a survival advantage in dangerous ecosystems. But the path to Tyrant King status was not smooth. Fragmentary fossils show that some early forms retained small functional arms well into the Cretaceous, suggesting that forelimb utility remained advantageous for gripping prey or aiding in rising from a prone position. Only later did arms become so reduced that they could no longer reach the mouth. The gradual loss of forelimb function underscores the trade-offs inherent in evolution, as skull strength and bite force soared. Arms became expendable, illustrating how natural selection hones form to function, sometimes at the expense of ancestral traits. Within the tyrannosaurid lineage, crest-bearing species like Euotyrannus added another layer of mystery. Covered in coarse feathers, these large predators inhabited cooler climates, using their plumage for insulation and display. Their existence shatters the stereotype of barren, scaly giants and suggests that feathers played multiple roles, even in massive carnivores, including temperature regulation, camouflage, and visual signaling in courtship or territorial disputes. Such discoveries illuminate the complexity of tyrannosaurid biology, revealing a family tree more diverse and colorful than once imagined. Social behavior in tyrannosaurids remains a tantalizing puzzle. Bone beds preserving multiple individuals hint at possible pack dynamics, where cooperative hunting could have allowed them to take down prey far larger than any one animal could handle alone. Yet the evidence is mixed. Some sites suggest simultaneous deaths from flooding, while isolated finds imply solitary habits. The question of whether juvenile tyrannosaurids hunted in groups or were driven off by adults adds further intrigue, opening a window into the familial structures and survival strategies of these colossal predators. As the Cretaceous drew to a close, tyrannosaurids stood at the pinnacle of terrestrial predation. Their anatomical innovations, skull power, sensory acuity, rapid growth, had coalesced to produce an apex predator unlike any before or since. Tyrannosaurus rex represents the culmination of this evolutionary saga, a creature whose very name evokes supreme dominance. Yet even the Tyrant King was not immune to extinction pressures, succumbing to the cataclysm at the KPG boundary. The legacy of tyrannosaurids lives on in birds, a poignant reminder that even the mightiest rulers can give rise to new forms of life that carry their lineage forward into the ages. Part 17. Horned Herbivores. The evolution of horned dinosaurs stands as one of the most spectacular chapters in Mesozoic life, showcasing a dazzling array of cranial ornamentation that rivaled any armor or weapon in the animal kingdom. Early ceratopsians, such as Stegosaurus, sported simple flared cheeks and small juggle horns, offering a tantalizing glimpse of nascent headgear. Over millions of years, these modest features blossomed into kaleidoscopic frills and imposing horns that adorned creatures like Styracosaurus, Chasmosaurus, and ultimately Triceratops. Each spike and shield scratched out new evolutionary ground, raising questions about display, defense, and the hidden rituals that drove their development. At the heart of horned herbivore diversity lies the evolution of the frill, a bony extension of the skull that varied wildly in shape, size, and decoration. In species like Protoceratops, the frill was modest, a simple shield probably used for muscle attachment and basic defense. But in later genera such as Styracosaurus, the margin erupted in a crown of long, gleaming spikes that could stretch over a meter across. Paleontologists debate whether these frills serve primarily as species recognition devices, sexual displays to attract mates, or formidable shields against theropod attackers. The lack of bite marks on most frills suggests that display, rather than defense, may have driven their extravagant evolution. The iconic three-horn configuration of Triceratops reached an apex of horned herbivore design. Its two brow horns, curved and sharp, could reach lengths of nearly a meter, while a shorter nasal horn anchored its menacing visage. Beneath these horns lay a deep, solid frill, protecting the neck and serving as a visual marquee of strength. Fossils showing healed horn injuries on Triceratops skulls hint at intraspecific combat, rival males locking horns in clashes for dominance or mating rights. Such evidence paints a vivid picture of a society where head-to-head battles left permanent scars, and only the strongest warriors could claim breeding privileges. Behind each horn lay a sophisticated network of blood vessels and sensory tissues, suggesting that these structures were more than static armor. The frill's internal cavities likely housed soft tissues that regulated heat and may have supported vibrant skin displays. Paleontologists have uncovered frill impressions, indicating patches of colorful keratin or even feather-like filaments, hinting at elaborate visual signals visible from across herds. In dim light under a Jurassic sky, these patterns could transform a herd of dull gray giants into a shimmering tableau of color, enhancing communication during courtship or warning rivals to keep their distance. The variation in horn and frill morphology across ceratopsian species reflects more than sexual selection. It also underscores ecological partitioning. In habitats where waterholes dried seasonally, large herds of horned dinosaurs converged to drink, creating intense competition. Distinct frill shapes and horn configurations may have evolved to reduce hybridization, ensuring that each species maintained its unique identity. This phenomenon, known as character displacement, fostered the breathtaking diversity of ceratopsian headgear, even as competitors jostled in green floodplains under ancient suns. Feeding strategies among horned herbivores also adapted to their imposing heads. The beak of Triceratops, robust and parrot-like, sliced through tough vegetation, while cheek teeth sheared plant matter with scissor-like precision. In contrast, slender-jawed ceratopsians nibbled on low-lying ferns and horsetails, their less massive horns reflecting lighter browsing habits. Such dietary differentiation reduced competition for food, allowing multiple horned species to coexist in overlapping territories. Fossilized gut contents, ranging from fibrous twig fragments to crushed seed cases, confirm the versatility of ceratopsian diets. Social dynamics in horned dinosaur species reveal a rich tapestry of herd behavior. Bone beds yielding hundreds of individuals suggest seasonal migrations and communal nesting sites. Juveniles, protected by flanked adults, learned horn use through play fights that left characteristic swellings on developing bone. These juveniles may have formed nursery herds, learning the social codes of headbutting and flank butting long before adult breeding displays. Such structured social organization echoes that of modern ungulates, where cooperative protection and social learning ensure group stability. As the Cretaceous drew to a close, horned herbivores soared to their greatest diversity, before the mass extinction erased them from the planet. Their legacy endures not only in the fossilized skulls that grace museum halls, but in the modern analogues found in deer, sheep, and rhinoceros. The stories written in their horns of display, combat, cooperation, and survival offer a window into a world where bone and flesh joined in a spectacular evolutionary dance. Each frill, spike, and horn curve remains a testament to the power of sexual selection and ecological adaptation in sculpting life's myriad forms. In the broad sweep of dinosaur history, horned herbivores stand as stewards of Cretaceous plains, shaping landscapes and societies with every step. Their monumental skulls remind us that evolution can craft weapons and decorations in a single structure, serving both the rough business of survival and the delicate art of display. As new fossils emerge, each discovery adds nuance to our understanding of ceratopsian life, its mysteries waiting patiently beneath layers of rock, yearning for the next chapter of revelation. Part 18. Duck-billed diversity. Duck-billed dinosaurs or hadrosaurs represent one of the most prolific and varied groups of herbivores to ever roam the late Cretaceous landscapes. Their defining feature, the wide, tooth-lined beak, resembling that of a modern duck, masked a remarkably complex dental battery behind it, capable of grinding the toughest plant material into digestible pulp. From the crested Parasaurolophus of North America, with its resonating tube extending from skull to crest, to the massive, stout-bodied Edmontosaurus, these creatures exploited floodplain forests and coastal wetlands with unrivaled efficiency. In doing so, they not only dominated their ecosystems but also fueled an explosion of research into their anatomy, behavior, and evolution. The dental ingenuity of hadrosaurs stands as a testament to evolutionary engineering. Their jaws housed hundreds of closely packed teeth, arranged in stacked rows, forming a continuous grinding surface that self-replenished as teeth wore down. Microscopic wear patterns on these teeth reveal seasonal dietary shifts, from soft new growth during the wet seasons to tougher fibrous plants in drier months, evidencing a level of ecological flexibility that helped hadrosaurs thrive when other herbivores faltered. This chewing apparatus allowed them to process a wider variety of vegetation than contemporaneous dinosaurs, carving an ecological niche that few competitors could invade. Crests and head ornaments in many hadrosaur species hint at sophisticated social behaviors. Parasaurolophus, with its backward curving tube, may have generated low-frequency calls that traveled across vast floodplains, rallying distant herd members or warning of approaching predators. Other species, like Corythosaurus, bore helmet-like crests adorned with delicate nasal passages, suggesting a role in resonance and visual display. Embryonic remains preserved inside eggs show that crests began developing in utero, indicating that these structures were crucial for species recognition, mate attraction, or hierarchical displays from the moment hadrosaurs hatched. Hadrosaurs also exhibited remarkable diversity in skin coverings and potential coloration. Fossilized skin impressions reveal scaled patterns, with some patches showing pebbly textures, while others bear evidence of small filamentous structures, possible remnants of primitive feathers or simple quills. Although direct evidence of color is scant, studies of melanism distributions in fossil feathers of other dinosaurs suggest that hadrosaurs may have sported vivid patterns. Whether these patterns served camouflage in dappled woodlands, bold display in open meadows, or thermoregulatory functions remains a tantalizing mystery. Behavioral reconstructions drawn from trackway assemblages reveal that hadrosaurs often moved in large multi-age herds, their synchronized strides leaving endless parallel tracks in muddy flats. These migrations, possibly seasonal, would have shaped plant communities by grazing large swaths of foliage and opening clearings along their paths. Their social structure likely included complex parental care. Fossilized nesting grounds display rows of closely spaced nests containing dozens of eggs, each clutch guarded by adults whose footprints encircle the site. Juveniles appear to have remained near hatchlings for extended periods, suggesting a herding system where young hadrosaurs found safety in numbers. Predator-prey dynamics in hadrosaur habitats reveal a constant arms race. Their primary predators, Tyrannosaurids and Dromaeosaurids, developed hunting strategies to counter hadrosaur defenses. Tyrannosaur tracks overlapping hadrosaur trails hint at stalking behavior, ambush points near waterholes, or dawn raids on feeding herds. Hadrosaurs responded with vigilant signals. Tail slaps and loud warning calls likely reverberated through herds, triggering synchronous bolting that left confusing tracks and thwarted solitary attackers. The interplay of attack and evasion evolved into a dance of survival that defined late Cretaceous food webs. Embryonic remains preserved inside eggs show that crests began developing in utero, indicating that these structures were crucial for species recognition, mate attraction, or hierarchical displays from the moment hadrosaurs hatched. Hadrosaurs' impact extended beyond their own lifespans, shaping the very soils they trod. Their droppings, rich in partially digested plant fibers, fostered lush fungal and microbial communities, accelerating nutrient cycling in floodplain ecosystems. Over millennia, these nutrient hotspots transformed local plant assemblages, encouraging the spread of certain ferns and flowering plants. Their legacy is etched not only in the bones but in the very chemistry of ancient soils, a testament to the profound ecological engineer role they played. Some hadrosaur species ventured into unusual niches. Brachiosaurus, with its hook-like nasal arch, likely specialized in feeding on swamp vegetation, while duckbills from high-latitude sites endured months of darkness, adapting to seasonal extremes through hibernation, like states, or dietary flexibility. These adaptations underscore the remarkable plasticity of duck-billed dinosaurs in inhabiting ecosystems from equatorial wetlands to polar forests, further cementing their status as the most widespread herbivores of the late Cretaceous. The diversity of hadrosaurs culminated in a tapestry of forms, crests shaped like tubes, helmets, and sails, dental batteries capable of grinding anything from fibrous twigs to soft flowers, social behaviors rivaling those of modern ungulates, and an ecological influence that reached across continents. As paleontologists continue to uncover new species and refine our understanding of their biology, the duck-billed dinosaurs remain a source of endless fascination. Their story is one of innovation and adaptability, a saga of giants whose mastery of chewing, sociality, and migration reigned supreme until the final curtains of the Mesozoic. Part 19. Armored Ankylosaurs. In the late Cretaceous woodlands and floodplains, a family of dinosaurs carried their defenses literally on their backs. The Ankylosaurs, sometimes called armored tanks of their era, wore rows of bony plates and knobs embedded in their skin, each osteoderm sculpted by millions of years of evolution. From the low-slung, squat bodies of early Nodosaurids to the tail club champions of Ankylosaurids, these herbivores perfected protective armor, unrivaled among terrestrial vertebrates. Their heavy shields, formidable spikes, and in some species bone-capped tails, transformed them into mobile fortresses that even the most determined predators hesitated to attack. The diversity of ankylosaur armor reflects a spectrum of defensive strategies. In Nodosaurids like Edmontonia, broad, flat plates interlocked across the back, while elongated shoulder spikes deterred flank attacks. Their clubless tails could still deliver bone-shattering blows when flexed at close range. In contrast, ankylosaurids such as Ankylosaurus and Euoplocephalus evolved massive tail clubs, fused vertebrae forming a heavy knob at the end of a stiff tail, which they could swing with devastating force. Biomechanical analyses suggest these clubs could generate impacts comparable to a coach whip, cracking at supersonic speeds, capable of breaking bone in a single strike. Yet ankylosaur armor did more than ward off tyrannosaurs and smaller theropods. The patterns of osteoderms reveal complex skin structures. Some plates bore grooves that likely housed keratinous sheaths, adding sharp edges or coloration for display. Microscopic pores in the bone may have supported blood vessels, hinting at thermoregulatory roles, circulating blood through the armor to dissipate heat absorbed under the Cretaceous sun. The fusion of biology and geology within these armatures exemplifies how ankylosaurs turned their bodies into living shields and heat exchangers, thriving in climates that fluctuated between searing days and cooler nights. Fossil trackways add another layer to the ankylosaur story. Deep, wide-gauge footprints with drag marks from armored tails carved paths across ancient mudflats. These trails suggest that ankylosaurs moved in loose bands, sometimes following watercourses or seasonal grazing routes. The tail drags, once thought accidental, may have been intentional, creating visual or chemical barriers against predators or rival bands. The presence of herds also implies social interactions, where juveniles learn defensive postures from adults, and the sight of a dozen armored silhouettes would have deterred even the boldest carnivore. The feeding mechanics of ankylosaurs are equally fascinating. Their small leaf-shaped teeth clustered in dental batteries savagely nipped low-growing vegetation, from horsetails to cycads. Unlike sauropods, ankylosaurs cropped plants close to the ground, roving like living lawnmowers that sculpted underbrush communities. The wear patterns on their teeth and the presence of gastroliths in some specimens point to a two-stage digestive process: initial cropping and swallowing, followed by microbial fermentation, aided by stomach stones. This feeding style reshaped the very structure of Cretaceous understories, favoring plants that could withstand constant grazing pressure. Defensive postures in ankylosaurs likely involved more than static armor. Living relatives such as pangolins and armadillos perform elaborate tail swings and body twists to present spiny flanks to threats. Ankylosaurs may have mirrored these behaviors on a grander scale, arcing their backs to expose shoulder spikes, curling into semicircles to shield vulnerable abdomen areas, or stomping feet to warn approaching predators. Trace evidence of sudden turns in trackways supports rapid defensive maneuvers that combined body weight, speed, and armor in a choreographed dance of survival. The paleobiogeography of ankylosaurs highlights their global success. Fossils have been discovered on every continent, from the vast plains of North America to the montane forests of Asia and as far south as Antarctica. This distribution speaks to their adaptability. From arid badlands to swampy delta systems, ankylosaurs thrived wherever low vegetation food sources abounded. Their armored forms, once burdensome in theory, became assets in diverse habitats, protecting them from specialized predators and allowing them to dominate as slow-moving yet well-nigh impregnable mega-herbivores. Perhaps the greatest mystery involves how ankylosaurs sensed environmental changes under the cloak of their heavy armor. Did they rely on vibrations transmitted through bony scutes to detect approaching footsteps? Did sensory pits along their snouts guide them to fresh plant growth? Modern analogues suggest that osteoderm-lined skin can house nerve endings, offering tactile feedback, a theory that would explain how these armored giants remained attuned to their surroundings despite their protective encasements. In their final chapter, Ankylosaurs epitomized resilience in a world on the brink of cataclysm. As other herbivore lineages faded under shifting climates and volcanic winters, Ankylosaurs maintained their fortress-like presence until the very end. Their legacy endures not only in the awe-inspiring fossils that fill museum halls, but in the concept of evolution's ultimate armor, living fortresses that defied predators and time itself. Each osteoderm, each tail club fragment, whispers the tale of a dinosaur dynasty that wore its defense as its crown. Part 20. Dromaeosaurian Feats. Dromaeosaurids, often called raptors, epitomize the deadly precision of small to medium theropods in the late Jurassic and Cretaceous. From the size of a turkey to that of a tall human, these swift predators combined keen senses, agility, and specialized anatomy to dominate the undergrowth and open plains alike. Their most distinctive feature, the enlarged, sickle-shaped second toe claw, served as a lethal hook in subduing prey. Far from mere talons, these claws were reinforced by robust tendons and muscles, allowing dromaeosaurs to slash, puncture, and hold on to struggling victims, making them one of the most effective predatory innovations in dinosaur history. At the heart of dromaeosaurian prowess lay their flexible, stiffened tails. Composed of ossified tendons and elongated vertebral processes, the tail acted as a dynamic counterbalance during rapid turns and leaps, granting raptors the ability to pivot on a dime as they hunted. High-speed trackways preserved in stone reveal tight, curved paths where one misstep could have meant catastrophe. But for dromaeosaurs, such maneuvers were second nature. Their tails functioned not as rigid struts, but as agile rudders, orchestrating mid-air adjustments during ambush dives or rapid retreats from larger predators. Feathers played a crucial role in raptor capabilities. Early dromaeosaurs like Microraptor donned four-winged plumage that enabled gliding between tree branches, bridging the evolutionary gap between ground-dwelling hunters and true flyers. Larger relatives retained feathers on their arms and tails, acting as stabilizers during high-speed pursuits or turning acts. These aerodynamic surfaces may also have aided in courtship displays and communication, with feather patterns becoming visual signatures in dimly lit forests. The presence of quill knobs on fossilized forearms attests to strong feather attachments, highlighting a shared evolutionary pathway with birds. Sensory adaptations further sharpened raptor hunting techniques. Enlarged eye sockets and sclerotic rings in many species suggest exceptional vision, capable of tracking subtle movements in low-light conditions. Inner ear structures indicate sensitivity to high-frequency sounds, allowing dromaeosaurs to detect prey rustling through underbrush. Nasal passages expanded the potential for acute smell, creating a multimodal sensory array that made raptors formidable trackers. These combined senses transformed them into hunters finely tuned to the symphony of forest floor life. The social behavior of dromaeosaurs remains a subject of lively debate, but intriguing evidence hints at pack-like cooperation. Sites containing multiple individuals of similar size, each with matching bite marks on large prey bones, suggest collaborative kills. Communication through vocalizations, foot slapping, and feather displays may have coordinated group attacks, enabling raptors to tackle prey far larger than any one individual. This hypothesized pack strategy mirrors that of modern wolves, positioning dromaeosaurs as cognitive hunters whose teamwork compensated for their smaller stature. Tooth morphology in dromaeosaurs reveals dietary breadth beyond large prey predation. Blade-like teeth with serrated edges, sliced flesh, cleanly, but the shape and wear of some species' teeth suggest opportunistic omnivory, feeding on eggs, carrion and small vertebrates. Juvenile dromaeosaurs, growing more slowly than adults, may have occupied distinct niches targeting insects and small lizards until mature jaws could handle bigger quarry. This ontogenetic niche partitioning reduced intraspecific competition and maximized survival rates across life stages. The evolution of dromaeosaurs underscores a remarkable lineage of adaptive experimentation. Early forms like Utahraptor grew to nearly 6 meters long, wielding claws comparable in size to longswords, while tiny relatives like Bambiraptor weighed mere kilograms yet shared the same lethal design. This spectrum of sizes reveals how dromaeosaurs thrived in diverse ecosystems, from lush floodplains to arid uplands, each species fine-tuned for its unique environmental challenges. Their success spanned tens of millions of years, attesting to the enduring potency of their predatory blueprint. Paleontologists continue to uncover new facets of Dromaeosaurian life through innovative techniques. CT scans reveal muscle attachment zones in fossilized bones, enabling three-dimensional reconstructions of bite strength and limb movement. Isotopic analyses of tooth enamel infer seasonal migrations and dietary shifts, while rare skin impressions uncover scale-feather interfaces. Each technological advance peels back another layer of mystery, illuminating how these raptors navigated a world of giants with razor-sharpened claws and mind-forged agility. In the grand tapestry of the Mesozoic, dromaeosaurs stand as exemplars of evolutionary finesse, lightweight yet lethal, feathered yet fierce, social yet solitary when necessary. Their legacy endures not only in the fossil record, but in the modern birds that carry their genetic heritage. Every bone and claw imprint invites us to imagine the silent stalk of a raptor through prehistoric undergrowth, its breath held, muscles coiled, ready to unleash one of nature's most breathtaking feats of predation. Part 21. Flying reptiles. Long before birds sliced through the skies, another group of reptiles pioneered the conquest of the air, the pterosaurs. From early, modest flyers with short wingspans to the colossal asdarchids, whose wings stretched over 10 meters, pterosaurs ruled Mesozoic skies for over 150 million years. Their wing structure, a single, elongated fourth finger supporting a skin membrane, was a radical departure from any modern flying vertebrate, combining lightweight hollow bones, powerful flight muscles, and wing membranes teeming with sensory fibers. In this aerial realm, pterosaurs perfected soaring, gliding, and even powered flapping flight, claiming niches from coastal waters to inland forests. The earliest pterosaurs, such as Eudimorphodon, appeared in the late Triassic with relatively small wings and teeth, adapted for fishing in lagoonal environments. Their multicasp teeth acted like sieves, snapping up small fish and crustaceans before they could escape. These pioneer flyers possessed short wings and stout bodies, suggesting a lifestyle of short-distance flights between perches or gliding across shallow waters. Yet even in these humble beginnings, the basic pterosaur blueprint, rigid torso, expanded breastbones, and dramatically elongated digits, hinted at the evolutionary potential for grander aerial feats. By the Jurassic, pterosaur diversity exploded. Rhamphorhynchus patrolled open seas, with a slender toothed beak and a diamond-shaped tail vein for stability, illustrating the specialization of flight control. In lush forest canopies, smaller pterosaurs like Anorognathus weaved through branches in pursuit of insects, their short, broad wings granting unparalleled maneuverability. Fossilized stomach contents confirm aerial insectivory, with remnants of beetles and moths revealing diets that mirrored those of modern aerial hunters. These micropterosaurs thrived in twilight hours, their large eyes capturing fleeting light as they chased prey through misty forests. The Cretaceous period heralded the rise of the gigantesque Ascendancies, whose towering heights and immense wings forced paleontologists to reconsider the limits of vertebrate flight. Quetzalcoatlus, with a wingspan rivaling that of a small airplane, stalked coastal plains on spindly legs. Its toothless beak, able to probe soft sediments for buried prey or scavenge carcasses. Conflicting models propose everything from low-altitude soaring like modern storks to high-altitude gliding on thermal currents. Irrespective of the exact mode, Ascendancies represent a remarkable feat of biomechanics, balancing enormous wing area with lightweight anatomy and efficient respiratory systems to remain airborne. Wing membrane composition and structure remain tantalizing mysteries. Fossil impressions from species like Pterodactylus reveal a wing skin rich in collagen fibers and blood vessels, suggesting the wings could adjust tension and curvature mid-flight. Some researchers propose small sensory bumps, dental filaments along the membrane edges that functioned like modern bat wing hairs, detecting airflow changes and guiding precise maneuvers. These biological sensors would have transformed pterosaur wings into living airfoils capable of instantaneous response to turbulence, ensuring stable flight even in gusty conditions. Reproduction strategies in pterosaurs mirror those of modern reptiles and birds. Soft-shelled eggs, discovered in clutch sites, indicate ground nesting in protected colonies along shores or riverbanks. Embryonic fossils show well-ossified bones at hatching, implying that young pterosaurs were capable of flight almost immediately, a survival necessity in predator-rich environments. Parental care likely varied. Some species may have abandoned nests post-laying, while others might have guarded hatchlings until their first flights. The balance between precocial independence and parental investment remains a captivating topic in pterosaur life history. Ecological interactions between pterosaurs and contemporaneous dinosaurs shaped coastal and inland ecosystems. Large pterosaurs competed with shorebirds for fish, while small insectivorous pterosaurs vied with early birds at twilight. Predatory pterosaurs such as Anhanguera patrolled river deltas, their elongated jaws slicing through shoals of fish in coordinated strikes. Fossilized fish scales stuck in pterosaur tooth batteries speak to brutal hunting techniques, shaping riverine food webs and influencing fish behavior and distribution in Mesozoic waterways. The decline of pterosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous marks a poignant finale to their aerial reign. As flowering plants and modern birds rose to ecological prominence, pterosaurs faced heightened competition for food and nesting sites. The cage-page extinction dealt the final blow, erasing these once ubiquitous conquerors of the sky. Yet their legacy endures in the fossilized skeletons that continue to reshape our understanding of powered flight's origins and limits. In the grand narrative of life's evolution, pterosaurs stand as paragons of innovation, creatures that defied gravity with membranes and spindly fingers, mastering the skies in forms diverse as the ecosystems they inhabited. Their fossilized wings whisper tales of prehistoric currents, dusk hunts and dawn migrations. As modern science unravels their secrets, each new discovery brings us closer to comprehending the true magnitude of flying reptiles, architects of ancient skies whose feats still inspire awe millions of years later. Part 22. Feathered Flight. The evolution of true powered flight stands among nature's greatest triumphs, a transformation that began in the dawn-lit forests of the late Jurassic and continued into the Cretaceous. Feathered dinosaurs, once bound to the ground, gradually harnessed their plumage for more than insulation and display, experimenting with wing strokes and glides that would ultimately lift them into the sky. This evolutionary narrative is embodied in creatures like Archaeopteryx, long celebrated as the first bird, whose asymmetrical flight feathers and skeletal adaptations reveal a halfway point between gliding reptiles and fully volant avians. Yet powered flight was neither immediate nor inevitable. It emerged through millions of iterations in form, function, and behavior. In the shadowed boughs of conifer forests, early feathered theropods, such as Microraptor, demonstrated the possibilities of four-winged gliding. With long pennaceous feathers on both arms and legs, Microraptor could launch from tree limbs in a controlled descent, maneuvering through understory branches with precision. This arboreal experiment suggests that the first feathered gliders did not strive for altitude, but for horizontal control, slowing their fall and expanding their hunting grounds. The aerodynamic surfaces of their limbs and tails functioned much like parachutes and rudders, providing stability and direction rather than sustained lift. As evolutionary pressure favored aerial competence, dinosaur flight feathers grew more structurally complex. Feathers gained stronger central shafts, interlocking barbules, and gradually asymmetrical veins, key innovations that allowed powered strokes to generate upward thrust. In species like Ankylosaurs, fossils preserve nearly perfect imprints of wing feathers whose microscopic structures indicate stiffness and resilience. These feathers, braced by internal rachises and supported by feather follicle muscles, could withstand the rigors of wing beats, marking a shift from passive gliding to active flapping. The anatomical framework for feathered flight involved radical modifications to the skeleton and musculature. The sternum evolved into a pronounced keel, anchoring massive pectoral muscles capable of driving vigorous downstrokes. The shoulder girdle reconfigured to allow greater wing rotation, while the wrist bones formed a semi-lunate carpal that permitted precise feather articulation. Together, these changes transformed the forelimbs into wings capable of both powerful propulsion and subtle airfoil adjustments. Fossil evidence shows that even some non-avian dinosaurs developed partial keels and robust chest musculature, hinting at venturous forays into powered aerial locomotion well before true birds took wing. High-speed camera analyses of modern bird flight illuminate the varied wingbeat patterns that evolved from these ancestral forms. Some species employ continuous flapping for sustained flight, while others alternate between powerful downstrokes and passive upstrokes, trading energy efficiency for lift. Early feathered flyers likely experimented with similar strategies, using downstrokes to gain altitude or speed and upstrokes to conserve energy. The rhythmic pulse of wing beats echoed through prehistoric forests, a silent symphony of muscle, bone, and feather shaped by millions of years of natural selection. Feathered flight opened ecological frontiers inaccessible to ground-bound dinosaurs. Aerial insectivory blossomed, with tiny flyers like Confuciusornis and Enantiorniths darting after dragonflies and beetles in sunlit clearings. Others pursued fish in coastal lagoons, skimming water surfaces like modern terns. Flight also revolutionized nesting, enabling early birds to seek out sheltered tree cavities or cliff ledges, safe from terrestrial predators. The ability to traverse terrain by air facilitated seasonal migrations, gene flow between distant populations, and rapid colonization of new habitats, a suite of advantages that propelled avian lineages to global dominance. Yet the path of feathered flight was fraught with peril. Fossil trackways and bonebeds document the occasional mislanding, broken bones in hatchlings or worn feather quills from repeated impact. Aerodynamic simulations reveal narrow margins for error. Slight miscalculations in wing angle or wind gusts could send a fledgling plummeting from its nest. Such selective pressures honed the flight apparatus, favoring stronger feathers, more precise neuromuscular control, and behavioral instincts finely tuned to atmospheric conditions. Each successful flap, each safe landing, etched survival probabilities into the genes of tomorrow's wingtips. The final flourish of feathered flight appears in early beaked birds like Confucius ornis, whose toothless jaws and hatchling-like plumage echoed modern seabirds and shorebirds. These pioneers combined stable soaring with agile takeoffs, mastering updrafts along ancient cliffs. Their fossils, often preserved in exquisitely detailed ash deposits, reveal the full complement of flight feathers, primary and secondary veins, tail fans and covert feathers that smoothed airflow. In these specimens, the dream of powered flight transforms from speculative theory into undeniable reality, each fossil a testament to life's capacity for reinvention. Feathered flight stands as a monument to evolutionary innovation, a convergence of skeletal reconfiguration, muscular power, and feather architecture, culminating in the boundless freedom of the sky. It began in cautious glides among Jurassic giants and blossomed into the bird-filled horizons of the Cretaceous. As modern ornithologists and paleontologists decode the secrets preserved in fossilized feathers and bone microstructures, the echoes of those first wing beats continue to resonate, reminding us that the leap from ground to sky was among Earth's most daring ventures, one that forever altered the planet's biological tapestry. Part 23. Pterosaur Seas. In the vast seascapes of the Jurassic and Cretaceous, pterosaurs carved a niche, unlike any other flying reptile, patrolling coastlines, islands, and open oceans with wingspans rivaling small aircraft. Genera such as Pteranodon and Nyctosaurus soared above ancient waves, their toothless beaks and streamlined forms perfectly adapted for skim and snatch fishing strategies. With wings stretching up to 7 meters across, these giants harnessed ocean breezes, riding thermal updrafts born of sun-warmed currents. Their presence turned maritime skies into hunting grounds where fish schools fled at the slightest ripple of leathery wings. Beneath the surface, the marine realm teemed with life. Schools of bony fish, belemnites darting like torpedoes, and swarms of plankton that sustained vast food webs. Pterosaurs exploited this abundance with a spectrum of feeding techniques. Pteranodon used long, pointed beaks to plunge, dip into surface layers, skimming prey with remarkable precision. Fossils show wear patterns on beak tips, consistent with repetitive water contact, suggesting high-speed dives that skirted the breaking waves. In contrast, smaller species such as Pterodactylus may have perched on rocky outcrops, standing like sentinel herons before striking with a lightning-quick jab. The coastal cliffs and islands that dotted Cretaceous shorelines served as essential breeding grounds. Vast colonies of pterosaurs, evidenced by countless eggshell fragments and nesting mounds, cluttered ledges safe from land predators. Each clutch, laid in sandy depressions, boasted eggs with soft parchment, like shells that absorbed moisture from the ground, creating natural incubators. The high cliffs offered thermal advantages, with midday sun warming nests and nocturnal breezes preventing overheating. Hatchlings, fully feathered or covered in proto-feathers, likely launched into precarious first flights immediately, their survival dependent on mastering the wind-whipped ridges that once echoed with parent calls. Evidence of migration in pterosaurs hints at seasonal journeys between breeding and feeding sites. Isotopic analysis of bone chemistry reveals shifts in dietary signatures corresponding to distinct water bodies, freshwater lakes, inland, brackish estuaries, and open seas. Some species may have followed shoreline currents hundreds of kilometers, tracking fish spawning events in distant lagoons. Wing bone microstructure indicates periods of rapid growth during breeding seasons, followed by slower deposition as adults undertook energy-intensive migrations. Such rhythms align with modern seabird patterns, underscoring pterosaurs' mastery of both flight and ocean navigation. Adaptations for marine life extended beyond wing shape. Saltwater ingestion challenged pterosaurs, yet no evidence exists of specialized salt glands. Instead, they may have employed behavioral strategies, frequent dips in freshwater springs, selective feeding on low-salinity prey, or even micro-scale desalination in the gut. Their bones, pneumatic and thus less dense, helped reduce the metabolic cost of flight over open water, while reinforcing struts of dense cortical bone resisted the stresses of long-distance flapping. The combination of physiology and behavior enabled pterosaurs to claim territories unreachable by terrestrial predators or terrestrial dinosaurs. Interactions between pterosaurs and contemporary marine reptiles ranged from competition to opportunistic scavenging. Pterosaurs and ichthyosaurs both chased fish, yet their hunting niches likely diverged. Pterosaurs dominated surface and near-shore feeding, while ichthyosaurs pursued deeper shoals. Fossil belemnite rostra with puncture wounds hint at pterosaur predation on these squid-like creatures, revealing that pterosaurs exploited a wide prey spectrum, from small fish to cephalopods. Additionally, carcasses washed ashore drew both flying and aquatic scavengers, leading to dramatic scenes where pterosaurs flare wings to stake out feeding rights against swarming mosasaurs in tidal zones. The twilight skies of pterosaur seas have yielded some of the most breathtaking fossil sites. The chalk cliffs of Europe and shale deposits of Kansas preserve specimens with soft tissue impressions, wing membranes marked by blood vessel patterns and trailing pycnofibers, hair-like filaments. These delicate structures offer windows into aerodynamics and thermal regulation, suggesting that pterosaurs used primitive insulating coverings akin to fur. Such coverings may have allowed nighttime foraging or dawn flights in cooler air, extending their hunting window beyond that of strictly diurnal predators. As the Cretaceous waned, pterosaurs faced ecological challenges. Modern birds rose in diversity, and marine reptiles grew ever more specialized. Shifts in sea level and climate fragmented coastlines, shrinking breeding grounds. Yet pterosaurs endured until the final days before the mass extinction, their last flocks slicing through skies empty of prehistoric giants below. The mystery of their ultimate disappearance lingers. Did they succumb to competition, environmental upheaval, or a combination of factors? Fossil records grow silent at the KATB boundary, leaving only the memory of leathery wings etched in chalk and shale. Pterosaur seas remind us that evolution's canvas stretches beyond land, painting the skies and stretches of ocean with forms at once alien and wondrous. Their reign over coastal realms predates that of modern seabirds by tens of millions of years, a testament to nature's capacity for innovation. As each new pterosaur fossil emerges from marine sediments, we are drawn deeper into tales of wind-borne hunters whose mastery of flight forever changed the face of continents and seas alike. Part 24. Dawn of Birds. The emergence of true birds in the twilight of the Mesozoic marked a watershed moment in vertebrate evolution, as feathered dinosaurs refined their aerial prowess into the efficient flapping flight we recognize today. Among the earliest avialans, Archaeopteryx remains iconic, blending reptilian teeth and long bony tails with asymmetrical flight feathers and winged limbs. Its discovery immersed the scientific world in a debate over its exact place in the evolutionary tree. Was it a bird, a dinosaur, or somewhere in between? Recent analyses place Archaeopteryx at the base of the bird lineage, its mosaic anatomy embodying the transitional spark that ignited avian diversification. Following Archaeopteryx, avialan diversity exploded in the early Cretaceous forests of China. Genera such as Confuciusornis and Sapornis adopted toothless beaks, suggesting dietary shifts toward seeds, fruits, and small invertebrates. Their pier feathers, the primitive contour feathers covering much of the body, provided insulation and aided in complex aerial maneuvers among dense foliage. Fossilized specimens preserve tail fans composed of long feathers that likely functioned as rudders in both display and flight control. The integration of beaks, specialized feathers, and aerodynamic tails reveals how early birds rapidly evolved novel morphologies to exploit emerging ecological niches. In these early avian communities, a variety of flight styles developed. Some, like Confuciusornis, may have engaged in bounding flight, alternating flaps with ballistic glides, while others employed continuous flapping suited for long-distance journeys. Wing bone proportions and muscle attachment sites suggest that certain species executed rapid takeoffs from water surfaces or ground launches with explosive power. These locomotive experiments echo in modern birds' specialized behaviors, waterfowl emerging in powerful bursts and small songbirds darting through thickets. The fossil record thus unveils an experimental laboratory where flight strategies were honed and refined. Reproductive innovations accompanied the rise of birds. Early avians nested in communal colonies, constructing twig platforms bound together with plant fibers and even saliva-like secretions. Eggshell microstructures show increased porosity, indicating that some early birds buried eggs in substrates for incubation, while others brooded open nests, using body heat to regulate embryonic development. Embryonic fossils reveal advanced ossification, suggesting prolonged in-egg growth prior to hatching and perhaps significant parental investment post-hatching, foreshadowing the diverse nesting strategies seen in modern avian orders. Feather structure itself underwent remarkable transformations during the dawn of birds. Feathers grew more complex, with robust central rachizes and interlocking barbules forming solid flight surfaces. Some species developed downy undercoats beneath their contour feathers, providing insulation that allowed for higher metabolic rates and endurance in colder climates. The emergence of powder down feathers in certain lineages, specialized feathers that disintegrate into talcum-like powders, suggests early adaptations for preening and waterproofing, critical for species that spent time near water or in damp habitats. The sensory world of early birds also expanded with the dawn. Enlarged brain regions dedicated to vision and balance indicate sophisticated aerial coordination. Inner ear labyrinths reveal acute motion detection, enabling precise stabilization during flight. Moreover, fossil evidence of melanosomes in feathers permits the reconstruction of color patterns, demonstrating that early birds displayed vibrant hues and complex plumage designs for camouflage, signaling, and mate attraction. These visual spectacles, once flickering among branch shadows, underpin modern birds' reliance on brilliant displays and mating dances. Climate fluctuations at the end of the Cretaceous tested these avian pioneers. As flowering plants proliferated, early birds exploited new food sources, nectar, seeds, and fruits, possibly co-evolving with angiosperms in mutualistic relationships. Some lineages adapted to nocturnal niches with enlarged orbits suggesting night vision upgrades. Others took to coastal environments, developing salt-excreting glands native to modern seabirds. This adaptive radiation underscores birds' unique ability to colonize virtually every ecosystem on Earth, a versatility rooted in their Mesozoic origins. As the KPG event swept the globe, only a handful of avian lineages survived, their small size, dietary flexibility, and widespread distributions conferring resilience. In those survivors, the genetic legacy of early birds persisted, giving rise to the explosion of orders in the Paleogene. The dawn of birds thus stands not only as a chapter in the past, but as the foundation of the modern avifauna that fills our skies today. Their story, etched in rock, feather, and bone, reminds us that the flight of birds is more than anatomy. It is the culmination of an epic evolutionary journey spanning millions of years. Part 25. Island Dwarfism. In the patchwork of ancient archipelagos that drifted across Mesozoic oceans, dinosaurs encountered unique evolutionary pressures that often led to surprising outcomes. Among the most intriguing of these is island dwarfism, a phenomenon where large-bodied species become significantly smaller when isolated on islands. Limited resources, absence of large predators, and restricted habitats drove these giants to shrink over generations, conserving energy and requiring less food. The results: a sauropod, no larger than a pony, or a theropod, the size of a wolf, challenge our perceptions of dinosaur scale and underscore nature's capacity for rapid, remarkable transformation. One of the most compelling examples comes from late Cretaceous Europe, where the titanosaur Megarosaurus roamed islands separated by shallow seas. At barely 6 meters in length and weighing a few tons, dwarfed compared to its continental relatives, Megarosaurus thrived in an environment where large-scale browsing was impossible. Its compact body conserved energy, while reduced limb robusticity reflected diminished predation pressures. The fossil record reveals bone histology, indicating slower, more prolonged growth patterns as individuals matured over many years, rather than the rapid juvenile spurts of mainland sauropods, a signature of life in resource-scarce realms. Theropods too underwent island-induced miniaturization. On Haseg Island, the crouching raptors like Balor sported double sickle claws on each foot, yet stood under 2 meters tall. This unusual morphology, possibly an adaptation for navigating dense undergrowth or exploiting niche food sources such as eggs and small vertebrates, speaks to evolutionary experimentation under isolation. Their skeletal proportions, with stout hind limbs and shortened tails, suggest a crouched, ambush-based hunting style honed for life, where prey was limited but varied. Beyond body size, island dwarfism influenced social dynamics and reproductive strategies. Smaller herds meant that dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus may have become more territorial, defending scarce resources with low-intensity displays rather than mass confrontations. Nesting grounds, often clustered on limited beachfronts, would have supported fewer eggs per season, increasing parental investment in each hatchling. Fossilized nesting sites indicate tight nest spacing, implying that these dwarfed dinosaurs laid clutches that balanced quantity with the imperative of offspring survival in cramped real estate. Dietary shifts accompanied body shrinkage in insular populations. With limited lignified vegetation, dwarf sauropods and horseshoe claw theropods turned to underbrush, ground ferns, and even carrion when necessary. Microscopic dental wear analyses reveal abrasive marks from grit and low-lying plants, reflecting feeding strategies more reminiscent of modern ungulates than their giant ancestors. Such dietary breadth underscores how island dwellers became ecological generalists, exploiting any available food to offset the caloric constraints of small landmasses. Climatic and geological factors accentuated island dwarfism. Fluctuating sea levels repeatedly connected and isolated landmasses, creating dynamic population bottlenecks. Each freshwater floodplain and coastal lagoon served as crucibles where size and shape were tested against new realities. Genetic drift in tiny populations accelerated trait fixation, making dwarfed forms appear with astonishing speed, often within a few thousand years, a mere blink in geological time. The phenomenon was not confined to Europe. In East Asia, fossil sites hint at dwarf sauropods on subtropical islands, while North America's western inland sea hosted insular pockets where ornithopods shrank to half their continental size. Though the fossil record remains patchy, each discovery paints a consistent portrait. Isolation begets miniaturization, and dinosaurs at the edges of continents embraced survival through downsizing. Island dwarfism offers profound lessons for evolutionary biology. It demonstrates that body size, a trait often regarded as a stable taxonomic marker, can fluctuate dramatically under environmental stress. It also illuminates how ecosystems restructure when keystone species shrink or vanish, triggering cascades that reshape plant communities, predator-prey relationships, and nutrient cycles. In ancient island worlds, diminutive dinosaurs reigned supreme, their small frames outlasting even the great terrestrial giants of their time. In contemplating these pocket-sized titans, we glimpse nature's adaptability and the delicate balance between organism and environment. Island dwarfism in dinosaurs underscores a fundamental truth. Evolution is a narrative of flexibility, where even the mightiest can become small saints of survival, adapting their size to the scale of the world beneath ancient suns. Part 26. Polar Pioneers. Dinosaurs are often imagined as sun-baked giants of lush jungles, but some lineages ventured far beyond the equator into polar realms of twilight and chill. In the early Jurassic, when Pangaea still held much of Earth's landmass together, regions corresponding to modern Antarctica lay within the Antarctic Circle. Yet evidence shows that dinosaurs like Cryolophosaurus and its contemporaries thrived there, enduring months of low light and fluctuating temperatures. These polar pioneers faced unique challenges: long winter nights, icy winds, and seasonal food scarcity, but they adapted in ways that continue to astonish paleontologists today. Among the earliest polar dinosaurs, Cryolophosaurus elioti stands out with its peculiar pompadour crest swept across its skull. Roughly 7 meters long and equipped with serrated teeth, this apex predator hunted in sub-zero forests of ancient Antarctica, preying on smaller herbivorous pioneers. Bone histology reveals growth rings indicating seasonal slowdowns, suggesting that Cryolophosaurus coped with winter starvation by entering periods of reduced metabolism. Its robust limbs and deep ribs point to a barrel-chested body, possibly adapted to conserve heat in frigid air, a testament to the ingenuity of dinosaur physiology. Smaller herbivores, such as Leelinosaura, roamed the same polar forests, their tiny beaks nipping ferns and conifers under the dim glow of high-latitude summers. Exceptionally large orbits hint at enhanced night vision, an adaptation to months of polar twilight. Fossilized trackways suggest that Leelinosaura moved in herds that migrated short distances, following pockets of seasonal foliage, Their elongated tail vertebrae may have served as counterweights during rapid foraging sprints, helping them dart between sparse food patches under the shifting light. Feathers and proto-feathers in polar dinosaurs take on new significance. Insulating plumage would have been a vital adaptation, preserving body heat during polar winters when temperatures likely dipped near freezing. The discovery of feathered theropods in mid-Cretaceous high-latitude deposits in Alaska reinforces the idea that feathers initially evolved for thermoregulation before being co-opted for flight. In the polar context, these fuzzy coats would cloak dinosaurs in a living blanket, allowing them to remain active year-round when uninsulated reptiles might have burrowed or become dormant. Metabolic strategies among polar pioneers likely diverged from their tropical kin. Oxygen isotope analyses of tooth enamel indicate that some polar dinosaurs maintained elevated and stable body temperatures despite ambient cooling, a form of regional endothermy or mesothermy. This biochemical signature points to an internal furnace that flared in the dark months, sustained by fat reserves or intermittent feeding on overwintering invertebrates and carrion. Such metabolic flexibility would have allowed polar dinosaurs to survive long, resource-scarce winters and re-energize in the brief, sunlit summers. Vegetation in polar ecosystems was no less unique. Fossil flora from high latitudes includes ginkgos, horsetails, and primitive conifers that extended their growth season into near-continuous daylight. These plants, adapted to extended photoperiods, produced springtime blooms and summer growth surges that supported dinosaur herds in cyclical abundance. Pollen records show bursts of productivity followed by dormancy, and herbivores like Tyrannosaur gauged these seasonal pulses with intuitive migratory behavior, returning to favored feeding grounds as light returned. Predation pressures in the poles took on new dimensions. Cryolophosaurus and smaller raptors likely hunted under shadowed tree canopies lit by dusk-like glow, relying on acute senses to locate prey in dim light. Their skull crests and feather-covered skulls may have played roles in communication under low-light conditions, using reflective sheen or muted calls that carried through silent frost. The interplay of predator and prey under a sky of perpetual dawn or dusk paints a cinematic scene of survival against the relentless turn of seasons. Reproduction in polar dinosaurs was no simple feat. Fossilized nesting sites remain elusive, but models suggest that dinosaurs laid eggs during the brief summer window, timing incubation to coincide with peak daylight and warmth. Eggshell microstructures indicate thicker shells, perhaps an adaptation to cooler incubation temperatures and protection from freeze-thaw cycles. The hatchlings, likely covered in downy filaments, would have raced against the shortening days to grow muscle and fat reserves before winter's onset, a life cycle synchronized to the polar year. The story of polar pioneers extends beyond fossil bones to footprints in icy silt and chemical traces in ancient soils. Each trace, whether a claw mark in permafrost like mud or a fragment of plant matter in tooth enamel, whispers of ancient worlds ruled by dinosaurs under a sky of shimmering aurora. As new discoveries emerge from once inaccessible polar outcrops, they continue to rewrite our understanding of where dinosaurs could live, how they adapted, and the resilience of life in the face of extremes. Their legacy endures in every frozen layer that yields another secret of Earth's bravest explorers. Part 27. Nanotyrannus debate. The genus Nanotyrannus emerged into paleontological controversy in the 1980s, when small tyrannosaurid specimens from the late Cretaceous Hell Creek Formation were distinguished based on their diminutive size, slender proportions, and more teeth than the iconic Tyrannosaurus rex. measuring barely 4 meters long and sporting gracile builds. These dwarf tyrants seem to represent a distinct lineage of pocket predators. Yet from the outset, questions arose: were these specimens truly adults of a separate genus, or simply juvenile forms of T. rex caught in the act of bone growth? The debate hinges on the subtle interplay of anatomy, growth markers, and the fossil record's notorious incompleteness. Proponents of Nanotyrannus highlight anatomical features that diverge from typical juvenile T. rex bones. The skulls exhibit proportionally larger orbits, slender lower jaws, and straighter nasal bones. Vertebral centra appear more elongated, and limb bones bear differing muscle attachment sites. Fossils such as the much-studied Sioux juveniles present dental counts of up to 17 per maxilla, more than the 12-13 in adult T. rex. These distinctions, advocates argue, exceed mere ontogenetic variation, suggesting a distinct species adapted to different ecological niches, perhaps preying on smaller hadrosaurs and ceratopsians, unsuitable for full-sized tyrannosaurs. Skeptics counter that these differences fit squarely within the growth trajectory of T. rex, which juveniles pass through rapidly in their first decade of life. Examination of bone microstructure in debated specimens reveals growth rings akin to adolescent patterns, rapid deposition of fibrolamellar bone interrupted by lines of arrested growth, characteristic of juveniles experiencing seasonal fluctuations. Histological analysis of limb cross-sections from supposed Nanotyrannus fossils often shows incomplete fusion of growth plates, suggesting the animals had not reached skeletal maturity. In this view, the gracile proportions and increased tooth counts represent juvenile phases rather than taxonomic signals. Further complicating the debate, juvenile T. rex fossils are rare, and those found often preserved at less pristine quality than adult specimens. As a result, many early life growth stages remain unknown, blurring the line between species, level differences, and age-related morphology. Some researchers argue that if more juvenile T. rex skeletons were unearthed, ideally with articulated growth series from hatchling to adult, the purported unique features of Nanotyrannus would dissolve into the ontogenetic continuum. Until such a growth series is documented, the debate persists, pitting fragmentary fossils against the tantalizing possibility of a separate dwarf tyrant. Ecological implications of a bona fide Nanotyrannus genus excite paleontologists who envision niche partitioning among tyrannosaurids. In ecosystems crowded with large carnivores, a smaller, more agile tyrannosaurid could exploit prey inaccessible to its larger cousins, flocking hadrosaurs, fast-moving ornithomimids, or juvenile ceratopsians. Its slender limbs and lightweight build would confer speed and maneuverability, and greater tooth counts would enable rapid processing of smaller carcasses. This scenario enriches our understanding of late Cretaceous food webs, but depends entirely on validating Nanotyrannus as a separate taxon. The debate has also highlighted the importance of advanced imaging techniques. High-resolution CT scans of juvenile tyrannosaurid skulls reveal patterns of bone pneumatization, air spaces within the skull that change dramatically with age in T. rex. In some Nanotyrannus specimens, pneumatization patterns closely resemble those of juvenile T. rex, suggesting developmental consistency rather than taxonomic divergence. Similarly, geometric morphometric analyses quantifying subtle shape variations across dozens of skulls show that Nanotyrannus-like specimens cluster within the juvenile T. rex morphospace, reinforcing the growth stage hypothesis. Yet other discoveries temper the skeptics. In 2020, a nearly complete small tyrannosaurid skeleton with fully fused limb and pelvic bones, indicating adulthood, displayed proportions and tooth counts, matching classic Nanotyrannus morphology. If confirmed as a mature specimen, this find would bolster arguments for a distinct species. However, the specimen's incomplete bone histology leaves its age ambiguous, and some suggest that early fusion could occur under unusual environmental conditions, muddying paleobiological interpretations. Complicating matters further, the same Hell Creek formation has yielded multiple tyrannosaurid specimens across size ranges with overlapping morphologies. Without knowing whether these represent discrete species, sexes, or growth stages, paleontologists face a taxonomic Gordian knot. Some researchers propose that Nanotyrannus may eventually be recognized as a junior synonym of T-Rex, while others predict a future split into multiple smaller tyrannosaurid taxa as more juvenile specimens emerge. Until the fossil record fills its gaps, the Nanotyrannus debate remains emblematic of the challenges in classifying fragmentary remains. Ultimately, the truth about Nanotyrannus may lie in the discovery of a complete, articulated growth series from hatchling to adult for a single tyrannosaurid lineage. Such a series would reveal the precise sequence of morphological changes, from tooth counts and cranial proportions to limb robustness and bone microstructure. Until then, Nanotyrannus stands as a provocative reminder that even the most famous dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus rex, still holds secrets. The debate continues to fuel research, driving innovation in paleontological methods and reminding us that classification is both art and science, shaped by the delicate interplay between evidence and interpretation. Part 28. Oviraptor eggs. Oviraptorosaurs, the enigmatic egg thieves of the late Cretaceous, earned their notorious name when the first specimens were discovered atop nests of eggs, initially misattributed to rival dinosaurs. Yet those very eggs proved to belong to Oviraptor itself, revealing a surprising portrait of parental devotion rather than thievery. These theropods, with their toothless beaks and parrot-like skulls, crafted meticulously arranged clutches, sometimes exceeding 24 eggs laid in circular patterns. Each egg, elongated and asymmetrical, pointed toward the center of the nest, suggesting an instinctual design that maximized space and ensured stable incubation temperatures within a brood mound sculpted in sand or fine sediment. The architecture of Oviraptor nests reflects a level of nesting sophistication rivaling that of many modern birds. Scrape depressions lined with vegetation or pebbles provided both insulation and drainage, while the adult's body rested atop the outer eggs, shielding the clutch from predators and direct sunlight. Exceptional fossil specimens preserve adults in brooding postures, forelimbs folded protectively around the nest margin, pelvic bones centered over the eggs. Such fossils challenge the stereotype of cold reptilian parenting, instead portraying nurturing behaviors that anticipate those of living avians. Microstructure offers a window into Oviraptor reproductive physiology. The pores in the eggshells are exceptionally dense, indicating high gas exchange rates necessary for the metabolic demands of developing embryos. Analysis of isotopic signatures in eggshell carbonate suggests incubation temperatures that hovered around 30–35 degrees Celsius, paralleling those of modern birds. This controlled thermal environment, combined with vocal and tactile communication between parent and hatchling, likely ensured high hatching success, even in the variable climates of Cretaceous river deltas and coastal plains. Embryonic remains found within some Oviraptor eggs reveal embryos in advanced stages of ossification, with well-formed limb bones and cranial elements. These embryos display plumage impressions, hinting that hatchlings emerged downy and precocial, capable of short bursts of movement and dependent upon brooding warmth for thermoregulation. The combination of precocial mobility and parental care suggests a life history strategy that balanced early independence with protected development, preparing hatchlings for rapid growth in predator-rich environments. Clutch site distributions hint at colonial nesting behavior in some Oviraptor species. Multiple nests arranged within close proximity, sometimes less than a meter apart, indicate synchronized breeding seasons and potential communal defense against egg-eating theropods and crocodile-like archosaurs. Social cohesion in these dinosaur colonies may have provided advantages beyond protection. It facilitated mate selection displays, coordinated hatchling emergence, timed to peak resource availability, and collective maintenance of nest grounds, free from competing vegetation. The size variation among Oviraptor eggs within the same clutch points to asynchronous laying. Females laid eggs one at a time, over days or weeks before incubating the entire clutch. This reproductive pacing allowed the first embryos to develop slightly ahead of their siblings, creating a mild hatching asynchrony that could regulate sibling competition for parental provisioning. Such nuanced reproductive timing underscores the behavioral complexity of Oviraptorosaurs and parallels nesting strategies observed in extant colonial nesting birds like gulls and terns. Fossilized Oviraptor embryos provide rare glimpses into dinosaur embryology. High-resolution imaging of skull sutures and limb proportions reveals that bone ossification patterns mirrored those of modern birds, with limb elements strengthening first, an adaptation for immediate post-hatching mobility. Such developmental priorities suggest that Oviraptor hatchlings were equipped to follow parents for foraging or to seek shelter within hours of hatching, a survival necessity in habitats where small predators and environmental hazards abounded. The function of the Oviraptor's toothless parrot-like beak also intertwines with nesting. Strong jaw muscles anchored around robust cranial crests may have allowed adults to shape nesting mounds by digging and scraping substrate. Post-hatching, these powerful beaks could crack hard, shelled eggs of other species or process tough plant fibers, demonstrating the multifunctional role of cranial anatomy in feeding, nesting, and inter- and intraspecific interactions. The Oviraptor egg story closes a circle from initial misidentification as egg stealers to celebrated exemplars of dinosaur parenting. In their nests, we glimpse a world where the line between reptile and bird blurs, where brooding adults, warm eggs, and precocial hatchlings foreshadowed the reproductive triumphs of modern avifauna. Each fossil clutch, each embryo preserved in stone, invites us to marvel at the care these Mesozoic creatures invested in their young, reshaping our understanding of dinosaur social and reproductive complexity long after their voices fell silent in the ancient sands. Part 29. Marine Monsters. The Mesozoic seas teemed with monsters that rivaled any terrestrial titan in both size and ferocity, carving ecological realms far removed from land-bound dinosaurs. From the swan-necked plesiosaurs patrolling shallow reefs to the torpedo-bodied ichthyosaurs slicing through open oceans at high speeds, marine reptiles mastered adaptations that turned Earth's great waterways into hunting grounds. These creatures evolved streamlined bodies, paddle-like limbs, and powerful tails, transforming their ancestors' terrestrial limbs into fins and flukes. In their world of endless blue, survival depended on speed, stealth, and the ability to navigate vast, sometimes perilous, aquatic realms. Among the most enigmatic of these marine monsters were the plesiosaurs, short-necked plesiosaurs like Diplodocus and Plesiosaurus, whose massive skulls, armed with conical teeth over a meter long, could crush prey in a single bite. Their bodies, built for brief bursts of speed rather than long-distance cruising, allowed them to ambush large prey such as ichthyosaurs, turtles, and even other plesiosaurs. Fossils reveal robust cervical vertebrae indicating powerful neck muscles, enabling rapid lunges that delivered fatal blows. The sheer force generated by these lunges likely rivaled modern crocodiles, yet on a far grander scale. In contrast, the elongated-necked plesiosaurs, such as Elasmosaurus, glided gracefully through murky Cretaceous seas, using serpentine necks to sweep around schools of fish or probe coral reefs for crustaceans and mollusks. With over 70 cervical vertebrae, Elasmosaurus bore a neck longer than its body, a configuration that demanded intricate counterbalancing via its broad paddle-like limbs. These flippers, powered by massive pectoral and pelvic muscles, propelled the creature through water with an elegant flying underwater motion, conserving energy in the vast food-scarce reaches of inland seaways. Ichthyosaurs, meanwhile, achieved the pinnacle of fish-like convergence. Streamlined from snout to tail, species like Ichthyosaurus and the larger Ophthalmosaurus attained incredible speeds, outracing predators and ambushing schools of fish and squid. Their huge eye sockets, among the largest of any vertebrate relative to body size, hint at exceptional vision, adapted for hunting in dimly lit waters or at depth. Fossilized stomach contents confirm diets of cephalopods and fish, while evidence of neonatal ichthyosaurs at shallower sites suggests they gave live birth, arriving in the world tail first to prevent drowning. Mosasaurs, later rivals to marine dominance, evolved from terrestrial lizards into apex predators of the late Cretaceous. Genera like Tylosaurus and Mosasaurus possessed elongate bodies, powerful tails, and double-hinged jaws that could swallow large prey whole. Their teeth, recurved and serrated, sliced through flesh and bone with incredible efficiency. Mosasaurs' limb bones fused into flippers, and they retained hind limb-pelvis connections that allowed steering, making them agile hunters capable of pursuing fast-moving prey, ramming fish schools with explosive bursts of speed. Marine reptiles navigated not only open water, but also navigational challenges posed by changing seaways, rising sea levels, shifting currents, and ephemeral inland seas created corridors and barriers that directed migration, gene flow, and speciation. Fossil assemblages in what is now Kansas, England, and Japan reveal distinct marine reptile faunas, each shaped by local water depth, temperature, and prey availability. These provincial differences fostered unique evolutionary experiments: deep water ichthyosaurs with enhanced pressure, resistant skeletons, shallow water mosasaurs adapted to reef hunting, and plesiosaurs tailored for coral-rich lagoons. Reproduction in marine monsters diverged dramatically from their dinosaur cousins. Plesiosaurs and mosasaurs gave live birth, a necessity in fully aquatic lineages. Embryonic fossils discovered in specimens like Polycotylus show fetuses curled within the mother's body, tiny versions of their parents waiting to be born. This reproductive mode freed them from shores, enabling full marine lifestyles across generations. Extended gestation and limited brood sizes underscore the high parental investment these creatures made, trading fecundity for the survival advantages of live birth in an ever-shifting seascape. The sensory ecology of marine monsters remains a realm of tantalizing mysteries. Some mosasaurs exhibit elongated snouts, studded with sensory pits, possibly detecting water vibrations or electrical signals from prey. Plesiosaurs may have had enhanced lateral line systems, similar to those of fish, to sense minute water movements, aiding in prey detection under low visibility. Chemical analyses of ear region bones hint at acute pressure sensing abilities, enabling deep dives to exploit new food resources and avoid surface predators, revealing a sensory world as complex as any on land. The end Cretaceous mass extinction delivered the final verdict on marine monsters, wiping out virtually all large marine reptiles within a geologically brief span. Only a few lineages such as sea turtles and early marine snakes endured into the Paleogene. Yet the legacy of plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs and mosasaurs lives on in the fossil record and in modern marine vertebrates that echo aspects of their forms: dolphins, whales and pinnipeds, each a distant echo of Mesozoic experimentation in conquering the seas. The study of these marine monsters continues to challenge our understanding of aquatic adaptation, reminding us that Earth's oceans, no less than its land masses, harbored realms of astonishing evolutionary innovation. Part 30. Plant Eater. Warfare. Herbivorous dinosaurs may seem placid compared to their carnivorous kin, but the battle for foliage in the Mesozoic was no gentle contest. Among plant eaters, armor, horns, and sheer size became weapons and shields in an arms race of defensive and offensive adaptations. From ankylosaurs brandishing tail clubs to ceratopsians locking horns, from sauropods using body mass as a deterrent to duck-billed dinosaurs harnessing herding strategies, plant-eater warfare shaped not only skulls and spines but entire ecosystems. The first line of defense for many herbivores was sheer scale. Sauropods like Diplodocus and Apatosaurus reached gargantuan proportions, their towering bodies and whip-like tails discouraging even the largest predators. A lone theropod would think twice before challenging a fully grown sauropod, lest it be swept aside by a tail thrash or trampled beneath massive feet. Fossilized tail vertebrae sometimes bear deep gouges, evidence of desperate strikes that for predator or prey turned into tests of strength and endurance rather than simple chases. In parallel, smaller herbivores evolved radical armaments. Ankylosaurs, the living tanks of the Cretaceous, carried rows of osteoderms embedded in their skin, and ankylosaurids, a heavy bony club at the end of the tail. When threatened, they swung this battering ram with explosive force, fracturing the bones of any attacker foolish enough to bite their flanks. Bite marks on theropod fossils match the shape of ankylosaur clubs, confirming that these armored dinosaurs fought back fiercely, transforming predation attempts into mutual destruction. Ceratopsians took a different path, developing horns and frills as both defensive and offensive tools. Species like Centrosaurus bore massive nasal horns for head abutting, while Triceratops sported two brow horns and a nasal spike capable of inflicting grievous wounds. Frills, originally hypothesized as muscle anchors or thermoregulatory shields, also functioned as protective barriers for the neck during clashes. Fossils showing fused and healed frill bones attest to repeated intraspecific combat, contests for territory, hierarchy, or mating rights, where the fiercest warriors left permanent marks on their skulls. Duck-billed dinosaurs, while lacking prominent weapons, mastered group tactics that turned numbers into a defensive strategy. Hadrosaurs such as Edmontosaurus formed dense herds, relying on synchronized warning calls and body slap signals to alert individuals to danger. When threatened, they could herd smaller youngsters to the center and perform a coordinated stampede, using the momentum of many to discourage solitary predators. Fossilized trackways reveal parallel lines of hadrosaur footprints, evidence of rapid unified movements. an ancient stampede that relied on social cohesion more than anatomical firepower. Even small ornithischians joined the fray. Hypsilophodonts, agile diners of low-growth vegetation, developed stiff tails and rapid reflexes to evade predation, turning their speed and nimble movements into living defenses. Some boasted subtle cranial crests or cheek spines, likely for display and recognition, but potentially doubling as deterrents in close-quarters encounters. In the dance of predator and prey, every quiver of muscle and shift in balance counted as a micro-battle in the broader war for survival. Behind these outward defenses lay physiological battles too. Many herbivores ingested gastroliths, stomach stones, that aided digestion but also served as internal ballast, lowering their center of gravity and bolstering stability during clashes. Bone histology from Ankylosaur tails shows patterns of rapid bone remodeling, indicating frequent stress and microfractures healed over time. Such internal adaptations reveal that plant-eater warfare extended beyond visible armor into the very cellular architecture of bones, strengthening limbs and vertebrae against repeated strain. The interplay of defense and counter-defense drove evolutionary innovation. As ankylosaurs refined their armor, theropods developed stronger jaws and hunting strategies focused on underbellies or tail sides. When ceratopsians bulked up horns and frills, predators learned ambush tactics from behind. Each adaptation sparked a countermove, a perpetual loop of arms development, where even herbivores became architects of their own evolutionary fates. Fossil sites bearing both predator tooth marks and herbivore combat injuries stand as battlegrounds frozen in time. By the close of the Cretaceous, the war among plant-eaters had sculpted some of the most striking anatomical novelties in dinosaur history. From horned skulls that resembled helmeted knights to armored backs worthy of medieval castles, herbivores demonstrated that the struggle for vegetation could be as bloody and inventive as any carnivore chase. Their legacy endures in modern analogues, porcupines, rhinoceroses and armadillos, testaments to the power of defense in shaping life's forms. In the final reckoning, plant-eater warfare highlights that even peaceful-seeming herbivores wage constant battles against both carnivores and each other. Their weapons, tactics and social strategies reveal a complex tapestry of survival, where the need to eat drives the invention of armor, horns, and social cohesion. Each fossilized injury, each healed bone, adds a stanza to the anthem of ancient conflicts, a chronicle of giants battling it out amid primeval forests and floodplains, where vegetation was both sustenance and impetus for ever more extraordinary adaptations. Part 31. Social Dinosaurs. Evidence for complex social behavior shatters the image of dinosaurs as solitary beasts, revealing instead a world where communication, cooperation, and even hierarchy shaped daily life. Herds of sauropods, from Plateosaurus bone beds to diplodocid trackways stretching hundreds of meters, suggest seasonally coordinated migrations in search of greener floodplains. These colossal caravans left marching footprints in rhythmic cadence, and the organized flow hints at shared leadership or instinctive following of elders. Such mass movements likely provided safety in numbers, deterring predators through sheer scale, while ensuring that juveniles and weaker individuals could travel under the protective shadow of giants. Among theropods, the ghost-like trails of Chalophysis reveal potential pack behavior, their dozens of footprints intertwined in mudflats at Ghost Ranch. Fossils of multiple individuals from juveniles to adults, entombed together, hint at group living beyond random mortality events. These slender hunters may have coordinated hunts, flanking prey to cut off escape, or shared nesting grounds to maximize reproductive success. The coordination implied by synchronized stride lengths and parallel track alignments suggests social bonds measured not in fleeting encounters, but in sustained cooperative strategies. Herbivores also exhibited social sophistication beyond herd migrations. Hadrosaurs like Corythosaurus sported elaborate crests that served as both resonance chambers for group calls and visual flags for species recognition. In the dawn mist of Cretaceous floodplains, these hollow head crests may have generated low-frequency calls, long-distance signals that summoned lost members or warned of approaching predators. The acoustic landscape, filled with crests broadcasting booming calls, painted a vibrant soundscape that united herds into cohesive units, each echo carrying information vital for survival. Nesting colonies of Oviraptorosaurs and Troodontids demonstrate communal breeding strategies. Clusters of nests in sedimentary layers reveal tightly spaced clutches, cried over by brooding adults that sat atop eggs to regulate temperature and ward off predators. The close proximity of nests implies not just simultaneous breeding, but possible cooperative care, guard shifts, communal defense, or shared knowledge of optimal nest sites. Juveniles emerging together likely formed creches, where group vigilance heightened survival rates in environments populated by egg-eaters and small carnivores. Ceratosaur bone beds in South America hint at social behavior among early theropods, where dozens of Maposaurus individuals perished together in what may have been a catastrophic flood. While some interpret this as coincidental aggregation at a watering hole, others posit that even large carnivores congregated seasonally or during breeding events. If true, it suggests that cooperation, even among apex predators, provided advantages, shared kills, mutual defense of territories, or coordinated breeding displays that enhanced genetic diversity across sprawling landscapes. Visual displays played paramount roles in social dynamics. Ankylosaur osteoderm patterns, nodosaur shoulder spikes, and ceratopsian horns all functioned as visual signals within species. In dim forest underbrush, contrasting colorations and startling displays, tail clubs waved, frills flared, communicated fitness, deterred rivals, or attracted mates. Such displays required not only anatomical adaptations, but neural sophistication, the ability to recognize subtle cues, gauge rivals' strength, and respond appropriately to social gestures. These visual armies orchestrated Mesozoic courtship and conflict in a theater of bone and flesh. Parent-offspring interactions added another layer to dinosaur societies. Nesting sites reveal that some species like Maiasaura engaged in prolonged care, sharing food with hatchlings and protecting them until large enough to venture beyond the nest. Evidence of pathologies healed on juvenile bones implies that injured young dinosaurs received support from adults, fostering social cohesion that extended beyond immediate familial bonds. This early form of parental provisioning presages the intricate family dynamics of modern birds and mammals, showcasing the deep evolutionary roots of nurturing behavior. Territoriality, too, shaped social structures. Trackway studies of iguanodontians reveal repeat usage of specific paths, suggesting established routes between feeding grounds and water sources. Territorial markers, scrape marks, dung concentrations, nest clustering delineated borders reducing conflicts and stabilizing social networks. Within these territories, dominance hierarchies likely arose, with larger individuals securing prime feeding spots and mating opportunities. Such social stratification hints at complex interactions beneath the veneer of simple herd grazing. In the grand mosaic of dinosaur ecology, social behavior emerges as a fundamental thread weaving together survival, reproduction, and dominance. From migrating sauropod herds to brooding oviraptor colonies, from raptor packs to crested hadrosaur choirs, dinosaurs crafted social worlds as vibrant and complex as any modern ecosystem. Their bones and footprints etched across millions of years beckon us to understand not just their forms but their societies, enigmatic realms of cooperation, competition, and communication that defined the age when dinosaurs reigned supreme. Part 32. Growth Strategies. The ancient world of dinosaurs was not only a tapestry of diverse species, but also a canvas for astonishing growth strategies that allowed these creatures to attain sizes unrivaled by any land vertebrate before or since. From rapid juvenile spurts to extended adolescent phases, each dinosaur lineage engineered its own blueprint for reaching adulthood. Bone histology reveals rings and vascular patterns, nature's own barcodes recording cycles of fast growth during resource-rich seasons and slowdowns during harsher times. These growth rhythms, inscribed in the microscopic architecture of long bones, unlock the life histories of giants and their smaller counterparts alike. Sauropods achieved their monumental sizes through an almost relentless early life growth pace. In their first decade, genera like Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus doubled in mass annually, fueled by fibrolamellar bone deposition lining their marrow cavities. This robust tissue, rich in blood vessels, supported the metabolic demands of building vast skeletons and muscle masses. Yet amid this growth blitz, sauropods paused during seasonal downturns, laying down lines of arrested growth that demarcated annual cycles. The interplay of explosive growth and strategic pause allowed these titans to become living mountains, towering above their contemporaries and reigning over Jurassic floodplains. Theropods, in contrast, often displayed more prolonged growth trajectories marked by three distinct phases. Small juveniles emerged genetically programmed for rapid size gain, attaining half their adult length within just a few years. Adolescence brought a moderated pace as slender bodies transitioned to the bulk and robustness necessary for apex predatory roles. In apex predators like Tyrannosaurus rex, bone histology indicates a final growth spurt during the teen years, when massive skulls and bone-crushing musculature reached completion. This triphasic pattern balanced the needs of early survival with the energy demands of adult predation, revealing a nuanced strategy fine-tuned by millions of years of selection. Ornithischians, herbivorous species, often adopted yet different tactics. Hadrosaurs, with their complex dental batteries, integrated bursts of rapid growth tied directly to floral abundance. Their bones show wide zones of rapid deposition corresponding to lush plant-rich months, contrasted by thin lines marking lean seasons. This feast and famine growth allowed hadrosaurs to capitalize on angiosperm blooms, swarming floodplains in herds that trampled vegetation and reshaped ecosystems. Their pace of growth, more elastic than that of sauropods, highlights the intimate connection between diet and development in herbivorous dinosaurs. In smaller herbivores such as the arm and leg-length Psittacosaurus, growth strategies varied broadly, even within the same species. Fossil assemblages reveal individuals of similar age, exhibiting dramatically different sizes, suggesting that environmental pressures and resource competition influenced growth plasticity. Such developmental flexibility, seen in other vertebrates like modern reptiles, allowed juvenile dinosaurs to adjust growth rates according to local conditions, rapid surges when food was plentiful, or extended juvenile phases when scarcity demanded conservation of resources. Some dinosaurs embraced the strategy of indeterminate growth, continuing to grow, albeit at slower rates throughout their lives. Ceratopsians like Triceratops show evidence of slowed but persistent bone deposition well into their third decade, hinting at the possibility that older individuals, though reaching a plateau in size, could still bulk up under exceptional conditions. This open-ended growth model contrasts with determinate growers, such as certain theropods that ceased significant skeletal expansion once adult morphology was achieved. The distinction underscores divergent life history pathways even among closely related groups. Environmental extremes, from polar darkness to insular limitations, imposed further growth adjustments. Antarctic pioneers like Cryolophosaurus exhibit compressed growth lines and reduced peak growth rates, reflecting the seasonal deprivations of high latitudes. Island dwarfs, such as Magiosaurus, adapted by slowing growth early and fusing growth plates sooner, maturing at smaller sizes to thrive, where resources could not support lumbering giants. These regional variants illuminate how dinosaur growth strategies were not monolithic, but intimately tied to habitat pressures and ecological opportunities. Finally, the fossil record captures moments of catastrophic interruption, rapid burial sites preserving juvenile and adult bones together, their growth markers frozen mid-sequence. These mass mortality assemblages offer snapshots of growth strategies halted in time, from dinosaur nurseries to herds caught in torrential floods. Analyzing these frozen moments enriches our understanding of how life histories were enmeshed with the volatile dynamics of the Mesozoic world, seasons, predators, and disasters weaving their mark into the very fabric of growing bone. In unearthing these growth tales, paleontologists blend histology, ecology, and biomechanics, reading the story encrypted in bone microstructures. Each growth ring, vascular canal, and erosion line adds depth to our portrait of dinosaur biology, revealing creatures that were not uniform in size or simple in development, but masters of growth strategies as varied as their forms. From the swift-growing sauropod hatchling to the slowly ascending apex predator, dinosaur growth was a symphony of evolutionary adaptation, echoing through the annals of Earth's deep past. Part 33. Avian Legacies. The aftermath of the Cretaceous extinction forged a new reign in the skies. Birds, the avian heirs of theropod dinosaurs, filled every niche once occupied by their mighty predecessors. Their legacies ripple through modern ecosystems, from the hummingbird's frantic wing beats to the albatross's ocean-spanning glides. These feathered descendants inherited not only the anatomy of their dinosaurian ancestors, but also their adaptability, intelligence, and ecological versatility. In tracing avian legacies, we unearth a story of survival, innovation, and the enduring spirit of dinosaurs reborn in feather and flight. Feathers, the hallmark of birds, evolved long before the first true avian took to the skies. In their earliest forms, filamentous down and pennaceous display feathers provided insulation, camouflage, and courtship displays. Over millions of years, these structures transformed into the complex flight feathers that power modern flyers. The asymmetrical vane design, perfected in Mesozoic paravians, allows wings to act as efficient airfoils. In hummingbirds, microfeathers flex to exploit rapid flapping. In eagles, broad primaries harness thermal currents. Each feather carries the legacy of dinosaurian innovation, retooled for new aerial feats. The avian respiratory system, rooted in dinosaurian air sacs, exemplifies physiological inheritance. Birds possess a unidirectional airflow mechanism, keeping lungs bathed in fresh oxygen with every breath, a system first glimpsed in Saurischian dinosaurs. This high-efficiency lung air sac network powers the metabolic demands of flight and supports high-altitude or long-distance migrations. The bar-headed goose, for instance, soars over the Himalayas at altitudes above 8,000 meters, its lungs exploiting this ancestral breathing apparatus. Modern birds continue to exploit Mesozoic respiratory architecture in ways their ancestors could scarcely imagine. Avian bones reflect another inherited trait: pneumaticity. Air-filled cavities lighten the skeleton while maintaining structural integrity. In theropod dinosaurs, pneumatic foramina invaded vertebrae and limb bones. In birds, this trait extends throughout the skeleton, enabling flight without sacrificing strength. The ostrich, a heavy flightless runner, retains pneumatized bones, demonstrating that this adaptation transcends aerial utility. Across bird orders, bone pneumaticity remains a testament to evolutionary solutions, first trialed in dinosaurs, refined but never abandoned. Courtship displays in birds draw directly from dinosaurian roots. The elaborate plumage of peacocks and birds of paradise echoes the ostentatious frills and crests of ceratopsians and oviraptorosaurs. Pheasants fan tail feathers in ritual dances, frigate birds inflate scarlet gular pouches in aerial displays. These behaviors mirror Mesozoic rituals, where visual and acoustic signals, feathers, crests, resonating chambers, broadcast fitness and territory. Birdsong, too, carries the acoustic spirit of crested and hadrosaurian calls, refined into complex melodies that shape social bonds and mate selection in modern avifauna. Nest architecture and parental care unveil an ancient inheritance. Many birds build intricate nests, woven cups of twigs or mud-plastered structures that rival those of oviraptorosaurs and early avians. Species like the weaver bird create suspended nests, invoking the colonial nesting of Cretaceous theropods. Brooding behavior, where adults incubate eggs with body heat, parallels brooding oviraptor specimens found atop nests, a behavior once thought uniquely avian, from penguins huddling on icy shores to hummingbirds trembling over tiny nests. Avian parental strategies echo Mesozoic origins. Flightless birds, from ostriches to kiwis, represent evolutionary experiments in abandoning flight, an intriguing reversal of avian legacies. In predator-free islands, large ratites evolved robust legs for high-speed running, their wings reduced to vestigial stubs. These shifts mirror island dwarfism and gigantism experiments in dinosaurs, unique paths taken when ecological pressures favored terrestrial mastery over aerial. Flightless forms remind us that avian legacies are not linear progressions, but complex, context-driven adaptations rooted in deep evolutionary flexibility. Migration, a hallmark of bird ecology, leverages anatomical and physiological inheritances. The Arctic tern endures annual round trips spanning 70,000 kilometers, propelled by efficient wing beats and ancestral air sacs, sustaining long flights without refueling. Mesozoic dinosaurs followed seasonal migrations in herds and flocks, tracked by fossilized trackways across ancient floodplains. Modern avian migrations extol the same drive for resource tracking and reproductive synchrony, scaled by technological study yet powered by ancient instincts. Finally, the cognitive realm of birds reveals surprising depths. Corvids, parrots, and ravens demonstrate problem-solving, tool use, and social intelligence once thought exclusive to mammals. These neural feats may build upon the small, complex brains of certain theropods like troodontids and dromaeosaurs. The legacy of dinosaurian cognition, honed for hunting, social interaction and survival, echoes in avian intelligence, forging a continuum of mental agility that links extinct dinosaurs with today's feathered thinkers. The story of avian legacies is a testament to continuity and transformation. From bone to feather, from nest to song, birds carry forward the innovations of their dinosaur ancestors, adapting them to fresh contexts and challenges. Each wing beat, each dawn chorus, each migratory journey breathes life into the Mesozoic past, reminding us that the age of dinosaurs did not truly end, but metamorphosed into the vibrant aviary realms that grace Earth today.